All right, let's blast off though. Monday Newsday. Okay. French government implodes. He's 19. I don't think Queso is 19. Trump floats invading Chicago. He's 19. Semi trucks. That's good. He's 27. Ha ha ha. I think so. I think he's like around. He's almost he's in his late 20s. Aisha Esquire, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Another legendary Fear End episode this week. Yeah, we had a crazy Fear End episode. I told you guys it was going to be crazy. Where was I? Okay, French government implodes. South Korean relations harmed after ICE raid on Hyundai facility, and so much more news. Get in now. For every one news frog you lose in the suburbs, you pick up 2 fun frogs. Yeah, that's not how that works, though, to be honest. I wish it did. Ben Shapiro was on the Breakfast Club as well, which apparently did not feature a lot of pushback, which I'm kind of frustrated by. Like, you're gonna get mad at, like, you're gonna have Neon on and get mad at him for understandable reasons, but you're not gonna, like, you know, have the same smoke for Ben Shapiro. Like, yeah, Neon said, Neon did a bunch of crazy racist shit. Fair. But also Ben Shapiro, he doesn't say the N-word, at least as far as we know, but he has advocated against the civil rights movement. You know what I mean? Like, that's he's just taking the long way and in a polite way saying the N-word, I guess, when he does that. He is an incredibly racist person. So how do you have smoke for Neon, who is nowhere near as popular and has had a long career doing, what Ben Shapiro is doing? I would say that Ben Shapiro is an infinitely more negative force on American politics than fucking Neon is. Like, it's weird. All right. Anyway, Monday Newsday, Trump floats invading Chicago. French government implodes. South Korean relations harmed after ICE raid on Hyundai facility. Ben Shabibo on Breakfast Club and so much more. Get in now. All right. Where is the, do we have a blast off meme or not? Yeah. DHS launches Operation Midway Blitz. Chicago is fucked. I know it's bad. It's not good. We'll do it. All right. We're going to get into it. We're going to get into all of it. Hold on. And I'm going to look at the Fear End clip from this week. That is a really good one. Where is this photo from? This photo where Trump's got bars? Where is that from? Can someone tell me? Is this a real photo? I'm using it on my blast off meme as well. Okay. What is that, bro? I mean, it's like, is he just ripping like Quaaludes or something? What is that? Or is that just like a breath mint? Why is there a photo of the president looking like this? He looks like absolute dog shit, by the way. Is it a Blue Chew? Is it Viagra? Is it bars? What is he eating? What is he slamming back, dude? Also, once again, why does he look like this? Griselda album cover? Yeah. Why does he look like that? Why does any person look like that? Is this AI? He's just ripping a perky. He's perked up. Motivation for today. Gooning. What is this? You goon 10 times and you goon the exact same way, or you think you're gooning the exact same way, you're going to get better at gooning. You goon 1,000 times, you're going to get incredible at gooning. By the 1,001st attempt, you've gotten 1,000 times better. Gooners that put in 10,000 hours become rank 1 gooners. Gooners that only put 10 hours are still better than gooners who haven't put 10 hours of work into gooning. They got a long way to go until they're ranked, though. That's what I'm talking about. This is what we need. Gooning. This is what we need. We need more aura farming. You goon. Trump was at the U.S. Open where he was popping the pill. He was popping perkies. Another one? What is this?
I would go. I had these big scabs on my head. I was going to the doctor, and the doctor.
Did you guys see that? Oh! Are you fucking joking? It's like the. Oh my God! Hello. I don't think I've ever pet a cow before. Can I hug? Yeah. Oh my God! Don't they have Baba Doobie Dabo, whatever she's playing too? Biba Dabo. Yeah, I do a lot of crazy shit, man. You got to be multifaceted. You got to be doing all of it. You got to be doing all of it. 100 million views on TikTok. What is this? I don't understand, bro. There are people who think this guy is like actually like that and not wearing like a suit. I'm not even kidding. Like, there are people who don't realize that this is like a character and that this is unironically how he looks. And the only reason why I know that is because he keeps, I mean, look at those hands. It's real, dude. Shut the fuck up. Okay. I work with someone naturally shaped like this. New Fear and fan cam.
In your little pretty pants, you stupid little bitch that loves Taylor Swift. Did you drink your pumpkin spice latte and kick your stupid little octopus in the air, you dumb little fucking cunt?
If this doesn't translate the views for the new episode, I'm gonna freak the fuck out. Okay, I'm gonna be pissed.
Like I'm running presidential, I can rap on any beat, just on an instrumental. Like damn, why would this pressing my piano?
What do you think of the reaction to Cutie's reaction to Taylor? Oh my god, we can't be. You're getting canceled. I know, it's funny. So there's been a lot of discourse around this where people are like, there's been a lot of discourse around this where people are just like, this is exactly the same experience that I have had with many men in my life. I'm so glad that she's speaking for us. I'm so glad that she like finally popped off. She didn't just do it for herself. She stood up for all of us ladies, for all women around the world that have felt belittled by men for things that they enjoy or whatever. And it's so funny that this is like led to people being like, you guys are misogynistic. Like, they're yelling at Will, they're yelling at me, they're yelling at Will a lot. And it's really funny. Oh, this was the original thumbnail and title. The boys get canceled. You just said Cutie canceled the boys. You rage baited the entire internet. Good job. I mean, for me, I realize that like this stuff doesn't even dude, I get canceled by Israel, man. I got government ops. Like, what do you mean? I don't care. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, okay, yeah, no, they're another fandom is yelling at me. Hasanabi didn't even say anything in that clip. He was just trying to bring up Charlie Kirk being weird. I know, but it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. We're men. People don't know y'all's friendship dynamic or feeling the lack of knowledge of their own legitimate. Yeah. The state of Russia once called me gay. Obviously, the state of Israel is not too fond of me either. And neither is the United States of America, as a matter of fact. I've been detained by Customs and Border Patrol. I've had Israel's entire Hasbara operation working in full time, in real time, trying to actively get me deplatformed. Yeah, okay, I can't go back to Turkey for some of the things that are written and said about the Turkish government. It is what it is, okay? Oh no, the Swifties are saying I'm a misogynist. What will I do? You know, it's just like, it's fine. Like, I'll take it. Fuck it. Who cares? Oh man, Genocide fandom is after me. I think that's a way worse fandom than the Swifties. What's funny is Will was rage baiting Cutie by saying he was a bigger Swiftie than Cutie, and the Swifties turned on him. Yeah, I think all of men's interests are stupid in fairness. Like, football and crypto and cars are all fucking dumb, so I don't really care if men think Taylor Swift is stupid. Yeah, that's the other side of the story, which is that like, one of the tweets I saw was like, well, nobody thinks like football fandom is stupid. And I'm like, well, you've never met me then, because I definitely do. I think it's all silly and dumb. But because everybody else enjoys those things and I seemingly cannot get myself to enjoy those things, I think I'm the stupid one. I'm the weird one. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really, I feel like I have a relatively healthy attitude about it where I'm just like, I enjoy it. I enjoy other people's enjoyment rather than get myself to enjoy it personally. I can't ever be a fan of anything. It sucks. Unless we're talking about, I don't know, the immortal science of Marxist-Leninism, Jushaism, Maoist third worldism, things of that nature. Unless we're talking about Mao Zedong, I can't find myself being a part of a real fandom, or Lenin. I guess LeBron. But even then, like, it's mostly like a joke, it's not, I mean, he's worth it. Like, he's worth it. He's the greatest athlete of our generation. Come on. Also, listen, maybe Wemby. We'll see. I've been seeing a lot of movement from Wemby. Alperen Şengün, Wemby, Luka. There's a lot of greats out there. Wemby is malposting. Sports fandom is so dumb. I'd die for this bloodthirsty corporation because my dad said so. Yeah. Well, what was I going to say? Oh, the one aspect of this entire conversation that I do find a little annoying is that, like, people substitute, like, being a fan of Taylor Swift, which is a brand, which there's nothing wrong with, by the way. It's all power to everybody, you know, much love to everybody. But people will unironically substitute being a fan of Taylor Swift with, like, feminism. Like, what are we doing? Like, okay, everybody calm down. I like Taylor Swift. I have no issues with Taylor Swift. She's woke, okay? She's woke, but, let's dial it back a little bit. It's Taylor Swift, okay? Like we're not doing revolutionary. We're not doing anything revolutionary here, okay? The Gaylors are moving on to Sabrina Carpenter. What about her being a billionaire? I don't really care. Whatever. She's the least worrisome billionaire out of a sea of other billionaires out there that are, I feel like, doing a lot worse shit than she is. I personally don't think that anyone should be a billionaire, like, obviously. I think that the existence of billionaires is very clearly a systematic failure. It means that, like, our distributive policies are obviously not working, and they should be. Having said that, oh my God, the Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein personal woman thing came out that he wrote to Jeffrey Epstein. Oh my Lord, are you joking? He definitely did that, bro. He doodled it. Oh, he doodled it, bro. He doodled. He's a diddler and a doodler. Oh, he was diddling and doodling. What is this? What is this, bro? What are we doing? Oversight, Dems. Posted. Here it is. We got Trump's birthday note that Jeffrey Epstein, the president, said doesn't exist. Trump talks about a wonderful secret the two of them shared. What is he hiding? Release the list. Oh my God. This is the body. This is the body note that Donald Trump wrote and doodled on for Jeffrey Epstein for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. We finally got it. It's finally out. I love it, dude. That's so stupid. Oh God, it's so perfect. In all fairness, there are a lot of men who use her as a stand-in for being misogynistic. So ladies use her as a sort of vibe check is fair. No, fair is fair. I just, maybe not so applicable in every single circumstance. Check the line. Enigmas never age. Yeah, you don't remember that one? Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that, Jeffrey? As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Donald J. Trump. Auto pen could never. Yeah, the auto pen could never match a signature. He is so good. He is so good at making signatures. He's the best. He's the best at signing. He's so good at signing. He's the best. And doodling as well. Kind of funny, with every new lie he tells, there is a new leak. Yeah, it's awesome. Donald Trump is about to come out and be like, listen, very clearly I didn't doodle it. The boobs. Look at the boobs. I love big boobs. I'm a fan of big boobs, big breastises. I would never draw boobs so small. Believe me, folks. And also, that's not even my full signature. It's my half. It's the half. I only wrote Donald. I never write only Donald. I would write Donald J. Trump, as you know. Believe it. That's gonna be his. That's gonna be his defense. God damn. Or he'll say it's an elephant. What? It's fake. It doesn't say President Donald J. Trump. True. What is this? This is your only fandom?
So fucking excited for the bar tonight. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
I'll put something on real quick.
Go for it, man.
All right.
State and Revolution by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Narrated by Russell Newton.
Wait, that is the best pregame audiobook, dude. That's crazy. I think compiled works of Mao Zedong is pretty good too, but like dude, what an incredible way to pregame. What a banger. I hope the people are appreciative. I hope the people in the car were appreciative of their friend who is very clearly pulling out
by Vladimir Ilyich.
One way to scare the hoes. What do you mean? What do you mean, brother? This is scaring the hoes into what? Fomenting revolutionary behavior? Like, what are you talking about? What? Go for it. Scaring the hoes about scaring the hoes about describing through dialectics commodity production and how it performs, how it plays a formative role in developing empire and doing permanent violence around the globe. Well, what do you mean? The utterly unnatural nature of capital accumulation. I think this is, you're wrong. You're wrong about this. This guy is imperialism, the highest state of feminism. Right wingers act like this to get women. There's a whole thing for appearing progressive to trap them in. Yeah, scaring the hoes in the class consciousness. Anyway, Ed Germentum is quick with it. Yeah. Okay, we'll do all of that. Donald Trump's perked up. We don't know where he got the perkies from. Breakfast Club, we got that. Oh, here. He might have just confused his whole
This is tough.
What is this?
I'm from a family where communication about emotions is tough. And so to fit in, I started watching football with them.
Right.
Ultimately, I'm not upset if people don't like the Jets because it's my relationship with them that's important. Their former starting quarterback, Justin Fields. Will you be a Jets fan this year?
Yeah.
That makes me super excited. Do you actually want to watch?
I'm so scared. I feel like everyone is being so weird. Yeah. Will's reaction as a Jets fan to Cutie Cinderella's performance art was scarier than Cutie Cinderella's performance art because as a Jets fan, you're already in a cult. You know what I mean? A cult that only knows death and destruction. A cult that only knows sadness. Okay, that's all I'm saying. And he just sat there and thought, wow, how wonderful. We now have a new cult member. Yeah, he went full Jehovah's Witness mode for the Jets. There is no more suffering or humiliation a Jets fan could endure. A Jets Jehovah's Witness.
But what'd you do with your week?
I'm dead. What?
Everyone wants to know what you did with your week.
Yeah. What?
Can I just check in on my friends?
No one has ever asked me that before.
Everybody wants to know what you did with your week.
Because I usually just like stick to I just like stay in my own lane. I can't. Is this another TikTok?
No,
is she filming us?
Just how was your week?
How are you?
You've never been this kind.
How are you? She wants to know how you are.
You've never been this courteous. I'm freaking out a little bit.
But what'd you do with
your friend asked you what you did this week and you got confused? I don't think you guys understand. There's a reason why I don't talk about my own personal interests on the pod, because I don't want to fuck the vibes up, okay? Because the things I do, they shit on all the time. I'll literally be like, hey guys, did you know I was on a magazine cover this week? And they'll be like, you're a fucking idiot, shut up. I'll be like, hey, I interviewed a politician that I really like. They'll be like, oh, nobody cares. You know? They just keep bullying me and they keep telling me I'm a fucking nerd. So I just don't bring that stuff up in general, okay? Relevant. Did you see this clip of you?
Yeah, we should order still. It looks so good. It's
I don't know
really
how we can continue functioning as a society if this is how easily manipulated most Americans are. The economy
They have
is
onion petals as a side,
No
Hassan.
one listens to me.
It's
So
like a
many
blooming
horrible
onion,
things
but
are
it's just the
happening.
petals
There
you
are
get on the
military
side.
deployments taking place in the
And
country right now.
Bacon, macaroni, and cheese.
The military was deployed to the nation's
they're on the
capital.
side.
Sorry, you were saying?
And
Donald
the
Trump
skillet
dictator.
is only bad. It's a
That's a
whole thing of
deal.
cinnamon rolls.
Donald Trump said,
It's good.
Shut up!
Be a dictator.
They have a coupon for $1.50 off.
What?
Okay.
$1.50 off.
Literally?
Well, crack my bill.
Yeah, that's how it is. The moments where they bully you never go viral. Every clip of the show just seems like, to me, three autistic people with very different special interests rage baiting the others when it's not their turn to speak on their interest. The long-haired guy's like their caregiver. I hadn't seen this clip, but now I have. It was really funny that Cutie thought Will would be mad about her shit talking the Jets, as though anything she said could have hurt him more than the Jets' poor performance does. Yeah, he's used to it. Yeah, you hear about the 1,200 actors and directors vowing not to work with Israeli film institutions solidarity with Palestine. Big names. Emma Stone is among them. Yeah, I did see that. I know. Yorgos Lanthimos, Adam McKay, Emma Stone, Ayo Edebiri, Adam McKay, the Hasanabi head in this pile here. Shouts out to Adam. Tilda Swinton and 1,200 more. So I'm just gonna come out and say it. Where's Hollywood Halkias on this list? Okay, I see Mark Ruffalo on this list, but you know who I don't see on this list? Hollywood Halkias. Truth nuke. Someone is trying to pop off. Are you the most evil person alive? Yes. Seeing a lot of names. Ava DuVernay as well. Shouts out to Ava. Shouts out to Boots Riley. It's crazy. I know a bunch of these people. You know who I know that I don't see on this list? Hollywood Halkias. I guess we know. I guess we know where he stands. There's two of his coworkers from the last project that he did on this. I'm kidding. I don't know if he's actually on this list or not, by the way. Don't yell at me. I don't know. I don't know if he's actually on this list and he didn't actually fucking, they didn't write his name, because that's even funnier if he also put his name on this list and then they just didn't even write him. Like he's not famous enough. Oh, man. Yeah, this is just like when Adam noticeably was quiet about the Zoran endorsement. Oh, man. A streamer called Will Neff hates Yorgos Lanthimos on your behalf. Yorgos is Greek. He hates him so much that he will be against this. Wait, what? Why does Will hate Yorgos? I think Will loves you. I would be shocked if he actually does hate him, because I love Yorgos. I think he's awesome. His movies are fucking dope, dude. I'm actually super stoked to see this. Not because like Stavros is in it. It's like really cool that Stavros is in it as well, but like I just want to see it in general. But the fact that he's also... Will hates Yorgos? I didn't know that. He hates Yorgos because his films are dumb to him? Huh. Will doesn't like Yorgos, thinks he's freaky. I mean, he is freaky. He's freaky. It's true. Oh, there was an AO clip that was also going viral, like made the rounds as well. After being deliberately excluded, Ayo Edebiri answers a question about the political stance of the hashtag MeToo and Black Lives Matter movement with poison grace after the Hunt press in Venice. And I guess like this was somewhat controversial. Like people were reacting to this. I didn't actually watch the full clip before, but I saw it on my timeline. I don't know what it was about.
What we lost during the politically correct era, and what we have to expect in Hollywood after the Me Too movement and the Black Lives Matters are done. The two of you, Andrew and...
Wait, why not? Why not? Is it? Are you supposed to say Io instead of Ao? I didn't know how to say it correctly. That's a crazy way to ask that question. Okay, just the two of you, not the black one, is a wild way to like. She's right there. Okay, that's crazy. Only the white ones, please. I am. Which outlet is this, dude? What the fuck? Wait, we gotta run this question back. That's crazy. What is happening, bro?
What we lost during the politically correct era, and what we have to expect in Hollywood after the Me Too movement and the Black Lives Matters are done. The two of you, Andrew and Julia.
Well, okay. Can you repeat that? And I can, with your sunglasses on, I can't tell which of us you're talking to. So
the question was for Julia and Andrew. Mm-hmm. Now that the Me Too era and the Black Lives Matters are done, what we have to expect in Hollywood, and what we lost, if we lost something, with the politically correct era.
Well,
bro, Europeans are so funny to me. This is like Europeans, not like, obviously I'm not talking about, like there are obviously very cool and very good European comrades out there. Okay, make no mistake, many of them are in here. I'm literally wearing fucking, the Jezza on my chest right now. Okay, but like, if the average liberal or like the average like normie in Europe and their politics, especially as it pertains to like American politics, is so distorted from the way that we think about Europeans in general, because they have like some semblance of social democratic provisions. So we always automatically assume that they're just more woke than we are. There's this understanding in America. There is this understanding in the United States of America that like the Euros are more woke. Okay. UK, not Europe. Yeah, shut up. It's a part of the European continent. Okay. What is this? What is this? UK is not a part of Europe shit. Like, what are we talking about? They are still a part of the continent, okay? Just because they're not a part of the fucking EU doesn't mean that they're not a part of the continent. Shut up. Brexit fans are so stupid. They literally think like Brexit meant that it's now what? America? Which continent is it a part of now? Is it its own thing? Anyway, Brexit means Brexit, love. Brexit means Brexit. It's not Europe. It's not Europe. Anyway, the woman asking the question is obviously not British either. But basically, like, if you ask like I don't know, like a French person, like their opinion on Me Too during the Me Too era, you would get a very different perspective. You know what I mean? If you ask like Europeans about like what kind of racism is taking place in America, they have a very different perspective than you would expect. It's not so woke, okay? It's not woke at all, as a matter of fact. But here,
sorry, I know that that's not for me, and I don't know if it's purposeful if it's not me, but I just am curious. I don't think it's done. I agree with you. It's not done. I don't think it's done at all. I think maybe hashtags might not be used as much, but I do think that there's work being done by activists, by people every day. That's beautiful, important work. That's not finished. That's really, really, really active. For a reason, because this world is really charged. Yeah. And that work isn't finished at all. Maybe if there's like not. Yeah, she DSA, by the way. Mainstream coverage in the way that there might have been daily headlines in the way that it might have been 8 or so years ago, but I don't think that it means that the work is done. That's what I would say.
And that the movements have been halted anyway.
Yes.
Like the movements are still absolutely alive, as you say, just maybe not as
like, I don't know about Julia Roberts' politics, but like I know that's a swagged out white boy. Okay. Mashallah, Andrew Garfield found the light of Allah, said the Shahada. Okay. He's a part of the Ummah. Okay. He is welcome to what would be the Muslim equivalent of a cookout? I don't even know. He's a beloved figure as well. I guess iftar. Yeah, he's welcome to the iftar. Yeah, he's welcome. He's welcome at every iftar dinner.
Labeled
or
covered.
Yeah, or like witnessed as or kind of magnified as much in this present moment.
The question was, what was lost in the woke era to political correctness? Now that BLM and Me Too is done, what do you think was lost in the politically correct era in Hollywood? Which is an insane question to ask. Anyway, Federica Polidoro, Italian journalist, Federica Polidoro, who excluded Hayo Hadabiri from a BLM and Me Too question to Julia Roberts and Andrew Garfield at the Venice Film Festival, has issued a statement on Instagram. She said, following an interview, I have been subjected to personal insults and attacks because of a question that, for some reason, was not well received by some members of the public. I find it striking that those who unjustly accuse me of racism and consider themselves custodians of justice find acceptable violent language, personal attacks, and cyberbullying. I would like to clarify that rather than focusing on the thoughtful responses of Hayo Hadabiri, Julia Roberts, and Andrew Garfield, the discussion continues solely on how I should phrase the question. All of the contributions from those present were reported in the fully published interview without any omissions. Oh, thanks. She's like, I heard the black one and I put it in the article. What more do you want from me? Mamma mia. I did not want to hear from someone from Sicily. And I still put it. I still put it in the article, in the final article. What do you want me to do? Nowadays, you can't be a fan of Lazio no more. The Wokes has a big fan of Lazio. Of course, I do not want to hear from someone from Sicily. Anyway, to date, I am not aware of any protocols that dictates the order in which questions must be asked in an interview. Censoring or delegitimizing questions considered uncomfortable does not fall within the practice of democracy. Only the Journalists Association is authorized to evaluate the work of professionals in the field, not social media tribunals. To those who unjustly accuse me of racism, I would like to clarify that in my work I have interviewed people of every background and ethnicity, and my own family is multi-ethnic. There are people who actually live in southern Italy. Not Sicily, but at least southern Italy. Okay? Ha! How dare you? We are very diverse. People from Napoli, okay? And people from Rome as well. For the record, she retweets a ton of racist shit. Chatters, I could tell that by just how she reacted to this, or even how she asked that question. That is the least surprising. There is genuine racism from northern Italians towards southern Italians in Italy. No joke. No, I know. That's why I'm making that joke, chatter. I know. Yeah. Anyway, I like that her response was, I've interviewed people that are black before. And even in this instance, I interviewed someone. I at least didn't omit the black person's answer. Anyway, so to those who unjustly accuse me of racism, I would like to clarify. My own family is multi-ethnic, matriarchal, and feminist with a significant history of immigration. I have collaborated for over 20 years with numerous national and international publications of all political orientations, always approaching my work with openness and professional rigor. In my view, the real racists are those who see racism everywhere. I love that. That's my favorite, dude. That's my favorite. The real racism is those who call out the racism. And that's a spicy meatball. To seek to muzzle journalism, limiting freedom of analysis, critical thinking, and the plurality of perspectives. Journalism's role to ask questions, even on delicate topics, with respect and responsibility. I will not tolerate or accept defamatory or violent language, and I reserve the right to seek legal protection against those who, in recent days, have chosen to hide behind a digital mob to insult and attack me instead of seeking a civil and constructive discussion. Federica Polidoro. And of course, she follows JD Vance on 3 different accounts, it seems, which is crazy. That's not one. If it was one account, I get it. You're a journalist, you're following political figures and stuff, but 3, you're a stan at that point. And also JD Vance, it's crazy. So apparently Federica is a checks note in the bio, Golden Globes voter, and covered the Venice Film Festival for The Hollywood Reporter, and they repost Islamophobic reels on their social. Really great. It's the least shocking thing. At Communism Survivor, FBI agent John Guandolo explains the purpose of Islam. Yeah. I mean, this is just the most white feminist Italian racist activity I've ever seen. What a story. What a story. So that was another piece of, I guess, drama / Hollywood things that are taking place. That's cool. There was one fun thing that I wanted to show you before we move on to not so fun things, which is Winnie the Moo has gone viral for this clip of her mooing at live cams for someone to donate and activate her feeder. That's amazing. That's my girl. That's my girl, dude. Classic streamer behavior. Yeah, no, she's got She knows what's up. She knows what's up. She knows what's up. That's my streamer. That's my favorite streamer, dude. That's my goat. You got to take Kaya to meet her sister Winnie. I can't because I forget what it is, but I think there's a like you're not supposed to have domesticated pets around animals like that. I forget what it is. It's like I think it might be like a vaccine related thing. I don't know what it is. It's a sanctuary, not a petting zoo. I asked Maya the first time. There's some health related reason for why I think you're not. Lamau, no, you can't. You can have a dog around a cow. No. I'm contemplative agrarian exile are incoming. That's what she told me. I forget what it is. Because it's not. There aren't just cows there, chatter. There are a bunch of animals there. And because there's like a bunch of different animals there, like. Because there's a bunch of different animals there, there was just something. There was a, I think there's like a risk associated with it or something. Like she even, from what I understand, Maya even keeps her personal dogs away from a lot of the animals, if I'm not mistaken. But like obviously there are, farm dogs that are out and about in a lot of these circumstances where there's just like dogs around like goats and cows and shit, but yeah, I forget what it is. Potential to spread disease. You have to protect the animals in the sanctuary from potential disease communication. Yeah, they know that Kai is an apex predator that has a taste for beef. As you can see, that's my apex predator right there. After a long day of work, sleeping. Move the bag. I'm here. Okay. All right. Let's get it started. We had the VMAs last night. I didn't watch, but here we'll look at the highlights and the wins and whatnot. Did you guys watch the VMAs, by the way? Are the VMAs washed or are they back? I can't get a good assessment on anything any longer because like I didn't watch it at all. I don't know what was happening, but do people actually watch it? I don't know. I'm sure people do.
Did you stay up late? I did. We welcome you back to CBS Mornings because last night was MTV's Video Music Awards. It's all about bringing the people together, and there were big star performances, big for every generation, like Steven Tyler to Sabrina Carpenter, love her, we talked to her last week, to Songbird Supreme, Mariah Carey, there's only one. Now, not everybody got to go, but guess what? Entertainment Tonight's Denny Directo was there.
And the VMA Video of the Year goes to Ariana Grande, Brighter Days Ahead.
It was a bright night for Ariana Grande.
Does this get taller every time?
Pop singer and Wicked star stood on her tippy toes while taking home 2 Moon Person Awards, including the night's top honor, Video of the Year.
This project is about the hard work that is healing all different kinds of trauma.
And Mother Monster won Artist of the Year, beating out Taylor Swift and Beyonce.
I dedicate this award to the audience. You very much deserve a stage to shine on, and I give you all my applause.
That's crazy. There's another Hasanabi head performing.
The night was full of nostalgia, with Ricky Martin performing a medley of his hip-shaking hits as he received the Latin Icon Award.
Is that her skin tone changes with the government law? Yo, chill. It's a bad time. Yes, Ariana Grande is white again, okay? She has done all of the races, and she's done them great. I don't know why people criticize her. Maybe you're just jealous, okay?
And Busta Rhymes was honored with the first ever Rock the Bells Visionary Award. Mariah Carey ran through her biggest hits ahead
Lady
of
Gaga? No, Ricky Martin. If you guys watch Fear and, you would know this. This is another, that was one of the episodes where we found out.
What is shockingly her first VMA, the prestigious Video Vanguard Award.
I just have one question. What in the Sam Hill were you waiting for?
VMAs also paid tribute to Ozzy Osbourne, with Aerosmith, Steven Tyler, and Joe Perry, along with Ozzy's protege, Youngblood. Sabrina Carpenter emerged on stage from a New York City manhole to perform her newest hit, Tears.
What is that? What I don't understand the decision that was made there where she's like with like the trash bags and like coming out of the manhole. I don't know.
The audience going wild as she danced in the rain with her gang of drag queens. And 22-year-old Tate McRae stunned the crowd with her first VMA performance, The Canadian singer closed out her performance, showing off her skillful dance moves. And guys, it really was a big night for young stars like Tate McRae there, and Song of the Year winner Rosé for her collab with Bruno Mars. I loved that she dedicated her award to her 16-year-old self. Now, there was also an epic performance from Alex Warren, who won Best New Artist. And of course, we'll have more exclusive backstage moments tonight on Entertainment Tonight.
I know you well. I said Tate McRae been doing her yoga.
Aw,
This girl was
that girl
very
can
nimble.
dance.
It was great to see Mariah and Sabrina Carpenter.
That was one of my favorite performances.
Wait, not the news cutting out the signs on stage? Dolls, dolls, dolls, protect the dolls. That's cool. Tate McRae sounds like he a football coach. I mean, her politics are not that far off from like a Southern football team the coach anyway, right? Isn't she linked up with like all the bad guys? Yeah, she's Albertan. That's Addison Rae. No, Addison Rae is another one, but I think Addison Rae got woke recently, right? She did a collab with the God's Country guy. Yeah, exactly. Youngblood does the intro for Kaiju number 8. I know, it's fucking awesome. That intro is probably one of the best intros, like not even a joke. I think Charlie XCX turned Addison Rae woke. Yeah, Addison Rae was like a bit of a Trumpy, but then dude, I know my girly pop shit. I'm on my girly pop shit. Addison Rae used to be a Trumpy, but then is no longer a Trumpy, from what I understand. But Tate McRae is I didn't know she was Albertan, but that makes a lot of sense. Tate McRae did a collab recently with Take Me Back to God's Country guy. That fucking stop talking about me. Stop talking weird people say we learn from men, because I know the names I've been trying to find now. Will you fucking stop it? What? Morgan Wallen, yeah. Morgan Wallen is the God's Country guy. And Tate did a collab with Morgan Wallen, the Take Me to God's Country guy. So we think she's not great either. The girlies, I mean. By we, I mean the girlies. The girly pop nation, rise up. The 30% of you that are not yuck men. Even though, from what I understand, Charlie XCX also has some like weird allegiances in her politics as well. So you thought the two Alexes were the same person? Okay, come on. These are like pop stars. It's a little bit more normie adjacent than like podcasts that normies listen to.
Of the night. I mean, I felt like it was old school VMAs performance. Very Britney, you know, the concept, the stage and set pieces, and of course the choreography. And she got wet, huh?
Yeah.
Yes. And it was real. I saw her running backstage and she was sopping wet, just soaked.
And Ricky Martin looked so good. You said that's what I liked about the MTVs. They had something for all categories, all ages, all genres.
Right.
You said Ricky Martin was sewing his pants. I didn't see that.
He posted on Instagram just moments before the red carpet. I guess he had a wardrobe malfunction and he had to sew his. He's like, I know how to sew.
Wait, isn't that the second time my man's had a wardrobe malfunction? I feel like, didn't he have am I crazy? Didn't Ricky Martin have a wardrobe malfunction recently as well? Something related to his penis? Or am I mistaken that with somebody else? He gets those wardrobe malfunctions, you know?
Oh, I could do it all.
Here we go. And he can do it all. Shout out to LL too as well.
That's right.
All right, Denny, we appreciate you. Thanks so much. We'll be back in our plus hour to talk more about
No. Lenny Kravitz has had one too famously, but that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. The Lenny Kravitz one is a very famous one, obviously. Okay, VMAs wise, this is what I saw. This is what made me feel old as hell. Look. What is this? Like, what is going on? Someone said this is like her role in Cat's Eye is like this is a role. Like K-pop groups have like different people that do different things, and her job is like to like, fuck, what's the name, dude? She's doing her choreo. No, but like there's a term for this. The visual, is that what it is? No, there's a different term for it. Hold on. She's the leader. Don't ask how I know this. No. Gang signs? No. Not hype man. It's like, it's a term for emoting. What do they say? Like candy or something? No. Aegyo? Is that what it is? No. Aegyo? I think it might be. Imming. Manon is the visual. Maybe it's Manon. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I don't know. Somebody was basically, I saw this on Twitter, okay? And I looked at this and I thought to myself, I'm so goddamn old for two reasons. One, because when I see someone doing this, I think there's a medical incident going on, okay? Like, I genuinely could not understand it. I'm not even joking. I'm not trying to be like, oh, K-pop, fucking sucks. Like, I'm not doing that at all. I'm like, legitimately, when I saw this, and I need you to understand, like, for someone who is just like so oblivious to this world, when you see something like this, you're like, what's happening? Like, is everything okay? But then I also thought, I'm so old because, like, I've just never been this passionate. Like, I can't get myself to be this energized, you know? It's also crazy because, like I get what she's doing. Like, this is like K-pop sign language, but like, I understand what she's emoting. Like, do you see what I'm saying? How is that even possible? I don't think this is Aegyo Lamau. ASL/stimming/hood sign language. Which one is it? I want you to sign my forehead. No, yeah. K-pop sign language. Google Ahegao quick, big dog. No, it's not Ahegao. I know what that is. Okay. I know what Ahegao is. That's different. Yeah. For me, look, all I'm saying is, I wish I could be this energized. Okay. I can't do this for my fans, you know? And I need to start doing this for my fans as well. When I see you guys outside, I'm gonna be like, or like this, Like, she was doing ninjutsu, you know what I mean? Like, one true Hokage shit. She was like throwing up Naruto style hand signals. It was a good try, Unc. Yeah, I tried. She does demolitions. The other roles are the face, the muscle, the getaway driver, and the martial arts lady. Okay, stop. Anyway, people are saying she's a swagapino. Makes sense. Add dancing equivalent Hassan. I would walk away from you if I saw you doing that. No, we need to do more of it. That's what I need to do. Sophia is the leader. Manon is visual. Yonche is the maknae. Daniela is the dancer. Lara is the vocalist. Megan is the all-rounder. Yeah, see? K-pop bands, like K-pop teams have like different roles. And I only know this because I watched K-pop Demon Hunter. And those three girls on K-pop Demon Hunter, they play different roles. Like, one is the leader, and, you know, maybe she's like half demon, you know, drama, whatever. And then there's one that's like the lyricist, and then the other one is the visuals or the dancer, right? Spoilers. Okay, shut up. Who's the DPS? Yeah, for gaming terminology is like, one's DPS, one's the tank, one's the healer, you know, it's like that. One is the raid leader, IGL, that type of situation. You should watch the series where Cat's Eye was formed. It's on Netflix. It's Popstar Academy. Brother, I don't know any of this means. What the fuck are you saying? I'm just explaining to you how K-pop works, okay? Cat's Eye is like the new major thing. From what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong on this, because I know there's mad K-pop fans in here. K-pop, ironically enough, took like Western music, Western pop music, and then like basically sequenced out, like serialized through a rather rigorous process and rather sometimes like incredibly exploitative process, created these like commodity pop groups, right? And then Cat's Eye looked at that and saw that it was popping in Korea, and like made the Western version of it. It's like it's already an initially like a Western construct that they designed in Korea, and then now Cat's Eye is like the American K-pop version. Is that what it is? No, it's the same company as BTS. Yeah, but isn't Cat's Eye also it's so wrong. Is Cat's Eye also still like based out of Korea? I thought it was like the international version of the group that exists in Korea as well. Like the ones that made Cat's Eye. Like they're based out of the West, I'm pretty sure, right? Pretty much. Not so fun fact. They were put together by the creator of BTS and Scooter Braun. Okay, that makes sense. Cat's Eye is a group basically of K-pop fans. Hybe is their entertainment company who houses Big Hit and Hybe. Hybe America wanted to make a global group like Little Mix, but in K-pop kind of forms. Cat's Eye is a group of basically K-pop fans. Hybe is their entertainment company who houses Big Hit and Hybe USA wanted to make a global group like Little Mix. Yeah, so I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong at all. I basically said the right thing. Yeah, this is like a full circle moment for K-pop, which like is Korean companies basically designing a Western focused pop groups out of Korea, building this like entire farming operation, and then this is Cat's Eye is like basically the re-Westernized version of that. Even though it is like it is a Korean group, the Korean company that still owns it ultimately. Yeah. Anyway, it's the Scooter Braun Associations is ass as always, but what are you gonna do? He's fucking involved in everything. Why are you adding Caroline Kwan? K-pop took electronic music, mainly electronic pop. A lot of the music is made by American EDM artists and then just turned into pop. They reached out to me a ton in 2019 to produce. They want Western sounds a lot. Yeah. K-pop bands that are made by scientists in a lab. I mean, that's pop music in general. All right. We're going to talk about Korea later, but let's finish the big wins and big moments of 2015 MTV VMAs and then talk about that.
Ricky Martin transported us back to 1999 with a few of his hits. Before being awarded the first MTV Latin Icon Award.
I want to dedicate this award to my kids.
Caroline, I covered it already. But hold on. But I'll
Lady
get back
Gaga
to it in a
won
little
Artist
bit.
of the Year and performed her hit Abracadabra. Busta Rhymes took home the Rock the Bells Visionary Award. Ariana Grande won Best Pop and Video of the Year. And Sabrina Carpenter brought the audience to tears, also winning Best Album. Other performers included Post Malone and Jelly Roll.
Wait, Post Malone has a song with Jelly Roll? What the fuck? Oh, that's awesome. I love celebrities that go through different variants and then always, especially white celebrities do this more than anybody else. But they just kind of go through like different metas and then almost always arrive back at like just being like a white country star. That's great. That's awesome. That's crazy. They ride the culture until they make it big, then go back to their whiteness. Yeah. It's not lost upon me that these guys will pop off at first as like rappers, and then they'll reach like the peak of their success doing that, and then they'll be like, I'm white, by the way, remember? Hey guys, just wanted to let you know I'm a white guy. Check me out. But I mean, who knows? I don't know what Post Malone has been up to, so I have no beef with him. He seems like a nice dude. He's like pretty tapped in with like the comings and goings on the internet. So, and said from the beginning he always wanted to be a country singer.
Artist Alex Warren performing one of the hottest hits of the summer. There was also a tribute to Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah, this is the one that like bricked me when we were covering this on Fear, and when like Cutie Cinderella showed me that this guy is like the biggest star like on the planet, and I was just like, I've never heard of this person, and I thought it was just like Imagine Dragons, and it blew my mind. Like, this person is like top Billboard artist, chat, and it's just like is he the Bible song guy? I've never heard this song before. And I guess it's because like I don't really listen to music, so but like even when I don't listen to music, I like accidentally hear shit that's popping on TikTok and stuff. This is outside of my For You page for some reason. I've never heard a single one of his songs. His name is Alex Warren, and he is super poppin' apparently.
There was also a tribute to Ozzy Osbourne, who died in July. Rocker Young Blood, wearing a cross necklace given to him by Ozzy, opened with Crazy Train, then joined Aerosmith's Steven Tyler and Joe Perry on another Ozzy hit. But it was the legend herself, Mariah Carey, who got the crowd moving, with a medley of her hits spanning decades, before accepting the MTV Video Vanguard Award.
VMA tonight. I just have one question. What in the Sam Hill were you waiting for?
What the hell is this?
Also last night, Sabrina Carpenter dropping Jaws.
Somber? They invented this guy last Thursday. He's got 56 million monthly listeners, bro. I have no idea who this person is. I'm sure there's like, this brings me to that I'm the worst person to talk about this, but like I always feel like it's botting, right? Like it's gotta be, right? Is that what it is? I just looked up Somber videos and it's like his songs don't even come up. Like I don't know. Maybe I've heard his song. I have no. I'm not saying he's bad at all, by the way. I just don't know. I just don't understand it. It's not. I've just never heard his music before. It's a TikTok thing. I feel like a lot of this is just TikTok music. No, I mean most of the new artists are popping on TikTok. That's where the music. It's all right. It's just like it's good. It's. I don't know. Like I said, people care a lot about music. Obviously, it's something that's very near and dear to them. So when I say something is like comes across as generic to me, they get very sensitive and they get very upset. It's fine. It's pretty good. Like, I just don't, you know. And this is like music of my generation. Like this is literally Faillennial music. I mean, he's obviously not a Faillennial. He's a Zoomer, but like that sound is the sound I grew up with. Heavy reverb, like echoey almost. Like that shit that's like literally everything I listened to when I was fucking growing up and going to high school. Last time I listened to a lot of music, you know? So it just... Don't equate Linkin Park to this turd. Wait, what? Why did you think Linkin Park? No, I was thinking more like Tame Impala mixed with MGMT. I was not thinking Linkin Park at all. That's what it just seems like a merger between those two concepts. But again, no, this is not I'm not disrespecting this artist at all. Every artist is great and they're all awesome. How old are you? How old do you think I am? Like I was also a big Arctic Monkeys fan, you know what I mean? That's my shit. Kings of Leon. Linkin Park is what chat thinks your music taste extent is. Yeah. All right. Oh, you were a Tumblr girly? I'd never been on Tumblr. It's just what I listen to. I guess I've just never been on that website. I'm all over that website from what I understand, but I've never personally been on it. But that was what appealed to me. That type of music was Abi hiç düşü dinliyor musun? Hayır. Serdar Ortaç. İbrahim Tatlıses. Tombul tombul memeler. The Turks are about to go. The Turks in the chat are gonna go crazy with the lore drop. Okay. Mor ve Ötesi. Oh, of course. Severiz. All right. We're moving on from the big moments and all this stuff to France. French Prime Minister François Bayrou loses a confidence vote in National Assembly. He is going to resign. Cem Karaca, my goat. Cem Karaca is amazing. İşçisin sen işçi kal. Giy dedi tulumları. Tulumları? Oh my God, I've fucking lost. I don't know Turkish anymore. That's crazy. This is my shit. This is my jam. OG Hasanabi has remembered this. I used to play Cem Karaca all the time. Cem Karaca is a socialist. What would you say? Like a ilk solcu sanatçılarımızdan. Tırnakları. Her hands are soft. Her nails painted beautifully. Where would I hide my hands, the calluses that I have in my hands? Dün bizim tamirhaneye insan seslendi uzaktan oğlum al takımları. She says this beautiful woman comes in, long pretty dress, and her car comes into the shop yesterday, and the moment that my eyes locked to her, I fell in love with her long dress and her wavy hair. And then my master, Ustam, like the owner of the mechanic shop, yelled from afar, said, "Bring the tools, my son." Seslendi uzaktan, oğlum al takımları. I read in a romance novel something such as this, a feeling such as this. It was an expensive book with a glossy finish. No matter how it happened, who knows? But the young girl fell in love, just like in a situation like such as this one with the apprentice mechanic. He said he confided with his with the mechanic. He said, "Let me not wear my my garb today, you know, because I want to be handsome. I want to appear as though, you know, I want to appear as even. I want to look handsome for her." Yeah. On my foggy mirror that's like busted, I combed my hair. She was supposed to come and get the car back today. So when she comes back to get the car, he wants to look handsome. Belki gerçek yapmaya. Make it a reality. The dream that I read in that romance novel, maybe I would make that into a reality for myself. Guys, it's not about him being horny. You guys are fucking stupid. It's about class politics, okay? What the fuck is wrong with you? Stop making fun of the song. Jesus Christ. The entire song is about how this person has dreams. It's an analog for class politics. It has nothing to do with like being fucking horny, dumb fucks. He says the time stops when she walks through the door. The world stopped for a moment. I just stood there and stared, and I couldn't get my eyes off of her. I opened the door to her car so that she could get into it. Açtım girsin içeri. This is the part where it turns around, okay? I just wanted to let it ride for a second. But he opens the door to the car, and he thinks he's going to have this moment with her, okay? And then her sharp eyebrows strike above, and she asks, "Who the fuck is this vagrant?" Okay? And then she just speeds off into the distance, and he suffocates in the exhaust, in the fog of the exhaust, and he starts tearing up, and the heavy weight sinks in, and his manager comes in, hits him in the back, says, "Forget about these romance novels." Yeah. He said, put the car mechanic repair gear in the bag, the tools in the bag. So, yeah, this is my kind of music right here. So she was in love with him when he was dressed up, but when she saw him again in his work uniform, she didn't recognize him. No. He pleaded falling in love at first glance with this rich woman. He pleaded to his boss to elevate his class position, thinking that he would be able to, thinking that this rich person would see him as an equal, as long as he didn't have his outfit on, his work outfit on. And he got himself prepared for her. And she still said, "Who the fuck are you? You're broke. You're poor. You're the mechanic. Why are you even trying to fraternize with me?" And it's a modern retelling of Aladdin. It's a dig at the middle class. Remember, this is 70s in Turkey. Yeah. It's just talking about how it's talking about like upstarts and middle class and wealthier individuals seeing workers as lesser than, and refusing to see them as peers, even if they try to, I guess, elevate their class position by dressing differently. Sing this at Cuties karaoke. I would do that. Why was he interested in such a jerk? Anyway, all right, that's it. That's we're gonna get to French politique. Okay, oui. French Prime Minister François Bayrou loses confident vote in National Assembly. Okay, here.
Let's bring in you in some breaking news from Paris, where French Prime Minister
I'm gonna pee real
François
quick.
Bayrou has just lost a confidence vote in Parliament, and it comes less than a year after the fall of his predecessor, Michel Barnier. Earlier, Bayrou made a last-ditch plea to the House in defense of his controversial budget, which included hefty public spending cuts. He said they were necessary to rein in what he called life-threatening national debt. Well, Natasha Butler is live for us from the General Assembly in Paris. Natasha, he's lost this vote. What now?
Yeah, that's right. François Bayrou is out-toppled as France's Prime Minister in this confidence vote. MPs and majority voting against him, mainly on the left and on the far right, but also a number of others, even amongst some of the Conservatives who would normally perhaps back Bayrou, but he was unable to convince MPs that his austerity budget was necessary, that it was fair. This was something that many on the left and far right said, that his budget cuts were simply unfair for poorer people. So Bayrou will now tender his resignation to the French President Emmanuel Macron. That is expected tomorrow on Tuesday. It was a somber day for Bayrou, no matter what he tried to say in the National Assembly here to MPs. Certainly none of his messages cut through. It wasn't a surprise, though, because over the past few weeks, Bayrou's really been trying to rally support for his budget, rally support for his government, but increasingly his political opponents said they simply wouldn't back him.
And Natasha, what does this mean for President Emmanuel Macron? What happens next for him?
It's clearly quite embarrassing for the French president to lose two prime ministers in just a year. It was last June that he called a surprise snap election, hoping that he would perhaps be able to gain a parliamentary majority for his centre-right bloc. He failed to do that. Now what has he got next? What can he do next? He can appoint another prime minister. He'll certainly have to do that in order to run the country. But trying to find a candidate that can unite a deeply fractured parliament is not going to be easy. He's obviously tried it twice. It hasn't worked. Who else will he turn to? That's going to be the question. His other option is that he could dissolve parliament. He could call new elections. But that's not necessarily going to play in his favour either, because the last time he did that, the far right made major gains, and they would be projected to make major gains in any new ballot. So very difficult time for the French president. Also a lot of social pressure. We're looking at days and weeks of strikes. More and more people are increasingly fed up.
You mean to tell me that when you openly undermine and actively rat fuck your left flank, that you have a hard time? You have a hard time maintaining the government? That's strange. It just, many such cases, okay? Many such cases happening all around the Western world. This is the fourth time the French government has collapsed in the last 20 months. Obviously, Macron has consistently refused the mandate that the Popular Front had initially, hoping to wait out and you know, expect the understandable infighting that has already taken place in the Popular Front within a bunch of different left flank parties fighting amongst themselves to do his very best to ensure that there is no like left leadership in France, which the people voted for, by the way. The left won the last legislative elections. After the last parliament dissolution, they don't care about democracy. Exactly. Now, of course, the scary thing that's happening in France, as well as many other European countries right now, is that there is a massive resurgence of fascist movements and fascist mobilization that's taking place. So Macron, being this like neoliberal, centrist, right adjacent politician, has also been actively trying to stop the right flank from coming into power as well. But in the process of engaging in this kind of activity, he's only fed into the mobilization of the right. It's actually a real time, the thing that we talk about quite a bit on this broadcast is like liberals actively siding with fascists or directly collaborating with fascists or allowing fascist sentiment to foment and build in the country in an effort to undermine their own left flank. I say right adjacent, but yes, I would say he's very much right wing. Yeah, of course. I think he's very much right wing, but technically the Overton window exists in France as well, just like it exists everywhere else. And in the Overton window, he's supposed to be like the center right. Okay. The problem here is, from my estimation, from what I've seen, and this is, I don't even think this is like a biased assessment of things that are taking place, but it's ultimately it looks as though the centrist bloc that has very little popularity and tremendous amounts of anger and resentment directed towards it is allowing right-wing mobilization to take place under the auspices of trying to stop the far right. They're taking, in the simplest terms, they're saying, we don't want the far right and we don't want the far left to take over this country. Except the far left bloc has actually secured a real democratic mandate. And Macron, when this is unfortunately within his powers to do so, went against the democratic majority's wishes and refused to appoint a prime minister that was supposed to be from that bloc. And the reason for why he chose not to do that was very clear. He was just like, I do not want this country to be controlled and to have, I do not want the left to, I do not want the left to have any control over the power structure of this country, over the governance and the affairs of this country, in spite of what the public wished for, in spite of what the public voted for. And it wasn't even that, like, Mélenchon himself is like seen as a controversial figure in French politics for obvious reasons. You know, he's bold, he's brash. I really like him, as you guys know. We linked up with him. But ultimately, they were willing to concede on the Popular Front agenda, and they didn't. They were fine with not having a France Unbowed party member be the prime minister, and even then, it was not enough. It was not enough for Macron. So, under different circumstances, if there was actually an interest in fighting back against the far right, if that was a position that was untenable, if that was something that Macron was refusing to entertain, he would have actually let the left flank take over the government. And yet he didn't do that. And what he did is illegal? No, technically it's not illegal. And only because like the Popular Front, the coalition of left flank parties, were they didn't reach the proper number of votes. Like they still needed they won, but they still, I think in the parliamentary structure, they needed a certain percentage of votes that they did not get. I might be getting this wrong right now. They didn't get the majority. They got the most seats. They got the plurality, which means that you know, their wishes are supposed to be heard by the centrist, the Macron's party and Macron's coalition, and yet technically it is not illegal for him to choose whoever he wants to appoint as the prime minister. Like, even if they had won, even if like the France Unbowed backed Popular Front coalition of left flank parties that actually won the majority, I think Macron could have still been able to choose whoever the fuck he wanted to, but it would have been even harder for him to make that argument at that time. But it's one of those things where, and we're seeing this in the United States of America as well, a lot of this stuff is held together by tradition and not like direct law, with the assumption that like there's not going to be a president that turns around and refuses to listen to the democratic wishes of his own citizens. And yet here Macron is doing just that. And when you have a guy like that, there's not really much you can do. It's just, if your system is designed around norms, and we know this as Americans, we've seen this, like we've seen what Trump has been doing. When your system is designed around like, well, everybody signing off on the notion that we're all in this and we're just not going to disrupt the institutions so severely for personal gain or for personal biases, personal ambition. You got a guy like Donald Trump who just says, nah, I'm doing it. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. And all of a sudden, there are no safeguards against that sort of thing. And France is experiencing that currently. Macron's political ambitions are over, right? His party is over. His career is done. But in the last couple of years of his leadership, he's just basically saying, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want, and claiming that he's doing this specifically to stop the far right. But in fact, it seems like all he's doing is actively undermining his left flank from seizing power.
Up with politics and politicians, and we're hearing more and more calls for the French president himself to resign. And we heard some of those here at the National Assembly, amongst them the far-right leader Marine Le Pen, said dissolution of parliament, new elections and a presidential resignation are the only way forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
And of course, there are a lot of business interests and wealthy people that don't want the left flank, and they're terrified of that as well. So obviously, for that reason, there are a lot of, the media is somewhat on board with these sorts of initiatives. They don't like Macron, but they certainly don't like Mélenchon either. If Le Nouveau Front Populaire had full majority, Macron could not have used the 49.3 text to force the budget issue. 49.3 opens up a gate to an automatic vote of non-confidence that the majority group could vote. Coalition is his only path to success. The thing is, while being a liberal, Western, democratic, capitalist country, France still has a lot of revolutionary fervor or class politics, more so than other countries do. Obviously, there's a shit ton of imperialism that plays a role in the French economy, but that's not what I'm talking about here. Like the French still have a working class backed politics, and they openly communicate that, right? With the exception of these centrist parties, like that's the reason why you see the far right in France and the Gilets jaunes protests that have taken place that had an eclectic formation of different kinds of political movements and ideologies like come together. Sometimes as an anti-immigrant protest, sometimes like anti-vaxxer protest, but like in many circumstances, these massive movements and this mass mobilization that has taken place has been done against the Macron government for example, trying to raise the retirement age for every other working class Frenchman, with the exception of the police. So, do with that information what you will. But because of that reason, a real working class party, a real left party that says, no, we are a working class party, is basically the only thing keeping the nationalists at bay, the nationalists from being able to seize control over this conversation. So if the left flank of the French parliament in general reflected the Democratic Party's attitudes, reflected Macron's attitudes, which was the only game in town for a while, then the nationalist movement would have already controlled the French government, I think. They would have already taken over with this weird fascist, reactionary, anti-immigrant, anti-vaxxer in certain instances, but like still pro-worker, fake pro-worker attitude. The Nationalist Party would have been able to be the only game in town for the French working class. That is where Mélenchon comes into play. And there's, from what I understand, there's going to be massive mobilization taking place, I believe, in a couple days in France, right? Was it the 10th? People were talking about it in my chat as well, where, what is this? Class politics, you say? Yeah. Okay, this is from a different era. I'm not even going to... On the 10th, yeah, there's going to be mass mobilization on the 10th in France. They will fight till they die to stop Mélenchon. Worse than that, they're trying to do... worse than what they're trying to do to Zoran. Oh, for sure. I think the Democratic Party is very hostile to its left flank for sure, but they are more willing to consolidate power. Also, remember, French unions still hold a decent amount of power. They do sectoral bargaining there, so like they have a lot of They have a lot of interest in and will show their strength with regular frequency by striking. And obviously, this is impossible to copy in the United States of America because we don't have that kind of labor militancy at all in our recent history. And our unions are gutted and don't have any power. Now, some French chatters in here will say our unions suck too, and I understand that, but like your union, like your collective bargaining coverage is not even comparable to America. Our collective bargaining coverage is like not even 10% of both the private and public sector in total. Your union collective bargaining coverage is like it encompasses almost the entire economy. Okay, it's not even a question. Like you have an entire reverse. It's like 90% versus 10%. So France, albeit has experienced a lot of austerity and seen a lot of harm to their social programs over this period of neoliberalization, still has like social safety nets that Americans have never even tasted. You know, they've never even seen it. So that's where we're at. Not to say that like France is this socialist utopia, make no mistake. It's clear that it's not. It's just, it looks like it's a socialist utopia from American standards. This is more so a criticism of how bad things are here in the United States of America. So, you know, we'll obviously see where this goes. I genuinely don't know. I don't know what happens. I guess, you know, Macron will just keep naming more prime ministers that are favorable to him, favorable to business interests. Like, this is something that I talked to Mélenchon about, if you recall, when I was in France. One of the conversations that we had was like, one of the suspicions that I have in general is that like Macron doesn't have a lot of domestic capabilities anymore. He's gone. Like he's as like the moment that his term is up, it's over for him. His political ambitions are gone, right? And for that reason, I think like as the president, he's just utilizing whatever area of power that he has, and that's why he's like actually been focusing on foreign affairs quite a bit, right? And you know, he's using that as a way to try and like bring support back in his direction. Kind of getting notes from Mélenchon and François Baud, as a matter of fact, by just like taking a more aggressive stance against Israel, which is still bullshit, but like he's trying to you know, do things like recognize Palestine, conditional recognition of Palestinian statehood, things of that nature. So he's doing stuff like that. Obviously, the anti-Russia stuff plays well in France as well, so he's doing that too. He's just posturing on things like that in an effort to gain some more support. But I think he's cooked. At least inside of France, he's cooked.
For that update, Natasha Butler there at the French General Assembly.
Is there I'd be willing to look at like a longer video about what the fuck's going on in French politics in general, because I'm a little bit confused by it as well.
Is the French MP Nathalie Oziol.
Here.
Le Premier Ministre.
This is from Channel 4.
Not exactly resounding applause for France's third prime minister in a year. François Bayrou, a former teacher and farmer who's had more luck herding children.
In France, it is clear we are living in a failing democracy. My friend, I think a lot of Western countries, or at least their citizens, are coming to terms with that reality right now. It's interesting because it's something that I've said quite a bit, obviously. As a socialist, you understand that, you know, liberal capitalist countries are never going to reflect the democratic wishes of the majority. They're never going to govern at the behest of the people. They're going to govern at the behest of profits. It's a bourgeois democracy. It is what it is. But having said that, I think like with the Gaza situation and the majority wishes on this and numerous other undemocratic provisions, numerous other undemocratic decisions that have been made in France, in the UK, in all of these other countries, like in the United States of America, people are slowly but surely coming to the recognition that they've been sold a lie, and that democracy, at least under this current economic organization, might not be so democratic. It might just be simply a lie that's told to people so they don't fucking revolt. And when they do, especially in the case in France, because they love revolting, it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing for sure. They are violently suppressed. And we're seeing that everywhere. We're seeing that in Germany, for example, once again, with the issue of Israel-Palestine. We're seeing that in France too. So it's not such a great state of affairs overall, but just understand that this is happening all around the Western world.
And cows than MPs. Today was his last-ditch attempt to save his job. Left, he said, with no choice but to offer himself up to a confidence vote. Why? To break the political deadlock which has dogged the government since last summer's inconclusive National Assembly elections. Far-right and far-left National Assembly members joined forces to oppose Monsieur Bayrou, outnumbering conservatives and centrists who'd prefer to keep him in place. President Macron faces political paralysis.
That's an interesting assessment to make. I feel like this is this is not the appropriate analysis. I feel like more so what I just described, which is that the center refuses to leave its grip of power in spite of the democratic wishes of the plurality of voters, is refusing to follow norms in an effort to continue maintaining this like neoliberal form of governance at a time when there's tremendous enmity towards that kind of governance demonstrated by the democratic wishes of the public. And therefore, all the people that are outside of this like tiny sliver of control are understandably frustrated. And of course, all of this paired up with austerity, paired up with like people's material circumstances diminishing, is only going to lead to more volatility. Economic volatility and economic instability creates anger and resentment. Who capitalizes on that anger and resentment? Who organizes off of that anger and resentment? The far right. This will only feed into far right mobilization, and it will. The far right can turn around. The nationalists can turn around and say, "See, these guys are all the same." Okay, le wokisme, islamo-gauchisme. They're out of control. They don't care about you. They don't care about the real French workers. We do, right? We care about the real French working class. That's why we want to take the fight back to the people who are ruining your lives, the Muslims. People who are ruining your lives, the refugees. Oh, your trains are not running on time? It's because of the Muslims. There's too many refugees. There's too many Muslims. And they're ruining it. They're ruining all of the social safety nets that you took for granted your whole lives. That's it.
To the end of his term, whoever serves now as Prime Minister. But he said that he'll stay in office till that term expires in 2027. Macron still struts the global stage as a chief Trump whisperer with questionable results and a keystone of the pro-Ukraine alliance. But within France, he is deeply unpopular and increasingly powerless, unable to fix the issue that he's been obsessed with for years, France's colossal debt crisis. Remember the Gilets jaunes that ran riot in central Paris? That was the reaction then to a small step towards reducing the debt mountain. François Bayrou has fallen on the same hill. He wanted to introduce an austerity program which would have cut 44 billion euros from government spending.
These guys would rather chop their fucking arms off than demand a tax package for corporations, by the way, and the wealthy. Okay? They will kill the elderly. They will kill the children. They will make sure that the already crippled social safety nets in France reflect America's non-existing social safety nets before they suggest taxing the fucking rich. Oh my God. It is so insane. Even if you think like the debt crisis is a major issue, right? Even if you think debt is a major issue, then why the fuck are you offering amenities to corporations? And they'll always say, oh, it's because these corporations would go elsewhere. There's so many tax havens that they could just like do business with. They already do business with those tax havens. What the fuck? It's a race to the goddamn bottom. It's so bad that you got dudes who would be social democrats, like Keynesian economists and social democrats, Even people like Thomas Piketty have done formative work in this field, specifically talking about like the international race to the bottom in Western liberal capitalist countries, as far as like trying to trip over themselves to offer the best subsidies and the best tax cuts for the fucking mega corporations year over year. Literally did remove the ISF, tax on fortunes for the richest French, and this 42 billion euro cut Beirut wanted is around the amount of the loss due to the ISF cut. Like, how do you look at this situation and not fucking lose your mind, dude? How do you look at the situation and go, this is great? Like, this is what's happening in America too. It's so similar. I know that there are like different cultural, there's different cultural attitudes. There's different there's different versions of like labor militancy, and maybe some more success has been seen in places like France in general. But like, broadly, it's always the same. These guys are genuinely throwing poor people under the bus in an effort to offer more tax cuts to the fucking wealthy. And then they turn around and they say, oh, the debt's too much. The debt's too big of a problem. Sorry, you can't go to the fucking hospital. Sorry, we're going to shutter the hospital in your neighborhood. Sorry, your fucking public transit is not going to work. That's what the supposed center and left coalition is known by in many of these places. That's what the Democrats are known for. And if not tax cuts, they at least allow the tax cuts to go through when the Republicans do it here in America, in our duopoly. Open presents. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. It's just fucked up. It's so fucked up. Ugh. What the helly? What the heliante? Hold on 1 second. Let me fix this real quick. Nope, that's not the right one. Where is my fucking alerts, bro? What happened? Okay, this sucks. Hold on. Anyway, all right, let's get back to it.
Alongside abolishing 2 public holidays. Debt is a common Western affliction, so how bad is France's? Yeah. Government debt in France currently stands at 114.1% of national income. That is the 3rd highest in the European Union. Only Greece and Italy are higher. Germany, by contrast, stands at just over 62%. In Paris, market traders and customers here are as divided about a remedy as the deputies in the National Assembly.
Come back in 10 days and you'll see nothing will have changed. There won't be a majority, there'll be no budget. Why? Because France is torn apart. It's over. I
think the vote of confidence was requested a little too quickly now, because his policies haven't yet produced any results. I think it's inevitable he'll be removed.
Waiting in the wings, the far-right National Rally, who thought they ought to be running France after last year's hastily called and inconclusive assembly elections.
Le 10 septembre, on bloque tout.
So Macron is like the perfect personification of neoliberal politics, because the debt has exploded under Macron. Okay, it has risen quite a bit under Macron. Obviously, debt always is increasing in a country, in any country where the GDP is increasing, right? So I guess you have more assets, your economy is larger, therefore you can take on more debt. That's the meta. That's the understanding. And the defense from the Macron heads has been, well, the GDP's increased by 30%. That's pretty significant. So of course the debt's going to increase as well. Meanwhile, they're not looking at why the debt is increasing or what is increasing the debt. And a big chunk of the reason why that debt is increased is not only obviously like military payments and things of that nature. Now that Trump is actually demanding more of the GDP, a higher percentage of the GDP get invested back into military as well, invested back into NATO as well, specifically. Not just like for France, it's not just like for American weapons. They have their own manufacturers as well. But like on top of that, it's just giving away tax cuts to the fucking very wealthy. Okay? That's it. It's fucking nutty. And he has stated over and over again the reasons why we're doing this is so that we can explode the French economy. The economy is blossoming. The economy is growing. It's fantastic. All the while, when you don't actually do any of the fucking spending back on your citizens, when you don't actually beef up the social safety nets, and you simply, you said France doesn't buy U.S. military stuff. It doesn't matter. We also have our own military industrial complex. Do we have Do we have a fantastic economy in the United States of America? No. Because military expenditure doesn't cycle back into the economy. Do you not understand? It's just a way to also give subsidies and offer tax cuts and fund one specific sector that unlimited unlimited dollars in exchange for like building weapons and machines and shit like that are killing people, but that doesn't actually circulate through the economy in the same way. It's the same principle. It just goes back to the fucking wealthy people. It goes back into the hands of capital owners. I know there's a French defense industry. I am aware of this. So there are workers within these sectors as well, for sure, but ultimately it's only one sector and it's not as productive as it would be for construction, for example. But overall, you are not you're not investing back into the country in meaningful ways, in ways that would actually improve people's material conditions. You're simply trying to increase the GDP by making corporations move money around, by offering them subsidies, by offering them tax cuts, so that they don't leave the country, or at least that's the argument that they present. And then when the when the debt grows, you turn around and you say, well, sorry, GDP grew and so did the debt, but now the debt's consequential. Now the debt growth is too far, is far too big. So we have to, cut back on some of our expenditures. And it's literally done so that those tax cuts are justifiable. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You're just starving the poor in that process. It's so stupid.
And then there's Blockade 2, an online movement that is bound to descend onto the streets, scheduled to be deployed on Wednesday when a general strike is planned with mass demonstrations. The mission, let's pull the brakes on France. Arguably, politics is already doing just that. Well, joining me now from Paris is the French MP Nathalie Osiol from the left-wing party France Unbowed, which is part of the bloc of opposition left-of-centre parties. Nathalie, good to have you back on the programme. So you've got your scalp. Bayrou is gone, a crushing defeat. What now?
Yeah, that's the big question, actually. It's the second government which fell in less than a year. But this was inevitable because after the snap elections, which took place last July 2024, Emmanuel Macron decided not to respect the vote by appointing far-right prime ministers and a Macronist prime minister. So obviously, because he didn't respect the vote, his prime ministers, his governments, were not legitimate. So now what I say is, enough with this. There is one person in France who's responsible for the situation, the critical situation. It's Emmanuel Macron himself. So now it's time for him to leave.
You tweeted tonight or posted tonight, Bayrou has fallen. As you just said, time for Macron to follow. But he's not going to, is he? He has said that he will stay till the end of his term in 2027. There's really very little that can unseat him right now.
Well, we'll see about that, because, he also said that this government was supposed to last for a little longer. And then when Bayrou asked for this confidence vote, well, as you could see, he fell and he was toppled. And again, we had snap elections, a new configuration in parliament. We had two governments, a third one in a few days. Nobody believes that the problem will be solved. And I listen to the people being interviewed. They don't believe that either.
Right.
So what else?
I think, more austerity will solve this. More tax cuts, more GDP improving tax cuts, followed up by more cuts in social expenditure. That will do it this time. And if it doesn't work, who gives a fuck? It's not a real democracy. There's no real democratic process. It's that simple.
Is there to do? Well, for instance, early presidential elections.
Okay, but the problem is also France's mushrooming debt. As you heard in the piece, 114% of economic output. I mean, that is absolutely massive. The third highest debt in the EU. Macron has been trying to deal with it for years. He has failed. Barnier failed last year. Bayrou has failed now. You're going to have to get it under control somehow, aren't you?
Yes. And apparently Macron is unable to do so. He has also
Because
increased because of himself, because he decided to get obstinated in his political decisions, never to listen to any other proposition. We have propositions. For instance, re-establishing the solidarity tax on wealth.
France is a republic, not a democracy. Dude, I love, dude, is this the fucking French hog version? This is something that I hear in America all the fucking time, okay? It's so funny. When I say democracy, I don't mean like direct democracy where every fucking decision is voted on, okay, by referendums. Why are we doing, like it's a type of democracy. There are many different versions of this. There's a parliamentary system, there's a presidential one, okay? But ultimately, when people are usually voting for their electeds, their representatives to represent their interests, and they get together and make these decisions, but like the wishes of the public are supposed to be heard. That is the most basic way to describe what democracy is, okay?
That would be a proposition. That would be something new. You know, it was revoked. It used to exist in France, and this is a loss in money income in France. If we re-establish this tax on wealth people, this would be 4 billion euros, the same amount of money that the slashing of 2 holidays, which Bayrou proposed, was supposed to bring in. So why not choose a fair social measure? Solidarity from the wealthy people to the rest of society.
Just finally, Natalie, I mean, we have a similar debate in this country. There's an election in Norway that's dominated by debate over a wealth tax. This is a common theme. But in France in particular, if you keep toppling governments, the next president of your country is not going to be...
From 2017 onward until 2025, under the leadership of Macron, the national debt in France increased by 47%, which is around 1 trillion euros. Okay. The obvious economics understanders in France will then turn around and say, well, it doesn't matter because the GDP increased by 30%. And when you're wealthier, you can take on more debt. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that significant unless we're advocating to cut social safety nets. A big chunk of that, aside from numerous factors, whether it be fucking COVID, slowdowns during that process, and now the tariffs aren't helping too much either, obviously. Like there are so many, and then energy crisis, Russia's war in Ukraine. Like there are numerous factors that play a role in this, of course, but it certainly doesn't help when the leadership has mostly used the moment of opportunity that they have to make it far more beneficial for the super wealthy French to pocket more and more amounts of wealth that they are generating off the backs of the French working class. Okay, and this last example of Bayrou and his initiative is a perfect demonstration of this reality. Trying to cut down on tax for the wealthy once again, and then making the working class suffer to make up for that.
Jean-Luc Mélenchon of your party is going to be someone called Marine Le Pen or Jordan Bardella of the far right.
How do you know? You can see the future.
I'd love that the interview is just openly acting as a Macron surrogate. If you don't let the neoliberalists take your neoliberals, you're going to get a fascist. So give up and let the almost fascists win. Is also saying that right now is also wrong, because it's the reverse. The real situation is if you don't actually fucking allow the democratic wishes of the public to come to fruition and allow your left flank to genuinely seize control over the government, which the people voted for, then you're going to let the fucking fascists win. That is what has happened. Okay? That is what has happened. The notion that like you have to abide by this centrist neoliberal party's wishes here unless you want the far right to win is so wrong, because they fucking lost the election. So it doesn't even matter. What do you mean? You can't just say that after an election took place and they lost. The person who is spoiling and going against like previous norms in French politics is not the fucking, is not France unbowed. It's actually Macron. But there was very little coverage of this. There has been very little coverage of this in the Western world and in the Western press. And as a matter of fact, people have unironically defended it in the Western world and in the Western press in general, like Macron's decision-making, that if a left candidate or even a far right candidate were to do, they would never stand for. They'd be like, this is fucking bullshit. How dare he do this? This is a dictatorship now. There's no more democracy. Democracy's fallen in France. We have to fucking arrest this person immediately. But I read so many articles on this stuff when it was taking place where they would just defend it. They'd be like, well, you know, you don't want the far right to win and you don't want the far left to win. It's like, wait, what do you mean you don't want the far left to win? The far left won. Okay? Their bloc won. It goes back to that same dynamic. If the liberals and mainstream press is actively trying to criticize the left flank, okay, left populism from a centrist position, they end up normalizing the far right. That's it. The far right grows in that process. They say, look at how fucking stupid these guys are. These are all communists. They're all doing communist infighting. Vote for us instead. We actually know what the real problem is. The real problem is the refugees.
Yeah, you know, 27 polls out of 27 announced that the National Rally, the far-right party, would win the snap elections last July. Well, it didn't happen. So we are ready for early presidential elections. And I believe that since one person alone has decided he's able to decide about everything, has failed to bring solutions, well, the fair measure, the fair decision would be to let the people decide in France.
Yes, the nationalists are far right. LFI is not. They're not far left. They're just leftists. Okay, that's it. It just sucks that like our understanding of what is normal politics is so distorted and so slammed in the direction of the right that normal leftists are seen as like radicals. You understand? That's it. They're not. They're not radicals at all. It just sucks because everyone in these supposed Western liberal democracies are at the mercy of like individuals and whatever their fucking wishes are, whatever their interests are. It sucks. It sucks that like Macron could just like do this and these actions are not immediately met with like tremendous resentment and anger by institutions of power, by these propaganda, by these outlets of propaganda. Like, in a way where if someone that is outside of the neoliberal center was doing such things, they would get fucking attacked endlessly. It's the same as like, you know, think about the stuff that Trump has been able to do in the United States of America as far as like eroding norms versus if Bernie Sanders was in power somehow and he were to do that, how would they react to it? They don't even like it when Democrats break the norms and standards. Oh, and the center right, far right call LFI far right as a disqualification, trying to conflate them with the anarchist, anti-parliamentarian, revolutionary parties that exist too, but not in the LFI program. That kind of stuff works too, for the record. It does. I mean, it plays in the same way that like a lot of people don't tune into American politics and don't fully understand it. Obviously, these same issues persist in France as well. There's French normies too. They don't really fully get it. Even fucking Wemby, my goat, who loves Mao, said that LFI was a little radical. You know, he wants a more moderate progressive figure or whatever. It's really fucked up. Anyway, we're going to talk about Nepal. I have no idea what's going on. I don't want people to fucking yell at me. I know you want me to talk, cover this, but as far as I understand, 19 people were killed. Some children, as a matter of fact, like some minors were killed. As there are protests taking place in Nepal over social media ban and corruption.
Armed police struggle to hold them back. Thousands of protesters marched towards Nepal's parliament in the capital, Kathmandu, angry over what they say is government corruption and its decision to ban social media platforms, including Facebook, X and YouTube. Police fired tear gas and rubber-coated bullets there were deaths and injuries.
A while ago, the police fired bullets which missed me but hit a friend who was standing behind me. He was hit in the hand. The firing continues till now from inside. We can still hear the sounds of the firing. My friend who was standing on the road was shot at the head. The police have been firing indiscriminately, targeting above the knee. Are they permitted to do so?
The government says social media users with fake identities have been spreading hate speech, fake news, and committing online fraud. The protesters described themselves as a new generation of Nepalis demanding wholesale political change. Some carried placards reading, "Shut down corruption, not social media."
This is a protest by the new generation in Nepal. A new slavery system has been introduced in the nation. Nepali youth are being sold. High-ranking officials are involved in abuse of power.
The government ordered the blocking of more than 20 social media platforms last week.
It's pretty crazy that like One Piece has become like the thing that the youth point to when talking about like whenever they have discontent with their governments. Like we saw this in Indonesia as well. It's crazy. I'm from Nepal. I was in the protest. It's not for social media ban. Please don't use mainstream coverage. It's not true. It's not for social media ban. It was against social murder. Please, this is misinformation. Okay, just say what it was. It was for corruption and social murders the government did. It's up to 28 now, the people killed. Yeah, One Piece is not political. I'm just surprised. I'm surprised that so many people use the Straw Hat pirates as a figure. Do you feel you've had a hand in One Piece being used like this? No, I think Oda had a hand in One Piece being used like this. I just simply looked at One Piece, watched it, realized that it's obviously about rising up against a powerful force that is dominating people's lives. My friend died today. I came back to my country to have fun. We all love One Piece. I'm sorry to hear that, chatter. What do you mean by social murder? Do you mean social murder in like the Marxian sense, like as in like government initiatives that are harming social welfare, harming people's living standards? Like social murder, chatters, would mean like what Luigi Mangione was taking action against, like a process in which paywalling healthcare ends up killing people by the tens of thousands when people don't have access to healthcare. That is considered social murder. It's Engels' assessment, which is murder that takes place at the systematic level that is socialized, that people don't really fully see as murder. Murder is something that an individual does to another, right? But when it's a structural form of inequity, a structural form of violence, such as refusing to allow people to get healthcare coverage and paywalling that process, then it's socialized and therefore is made invisible. People die without proper medical care, road accidents, and so much. Meanwhile, the government is enjoying corruption and their kids are enjoying like lavish lifestyle.
Accusing them of missing a deadline to register with the Ministry of Information. The government says it's trying to bring social media
Though I'm
in
slightly
line
well off,
with
my own
Nepali
father
law.
died from a minor heart attack and no medical care.
The protesters say it's an attempt to stifle freedom of speech and accountability.
In the past few years, the youth of Nepal, they have shown great interest in Nepali politics, which is a new thing in Nepal. And one of the main reasons for this positive change is the amount of conversation that happens on social media regarding the everyday politics of Nepal, and then comes in the growing frustration of the people. So it has been built over the years, and as I see it, and as I sense the pulse of the people, it is censorship and freedom of speech being at cost.
A curfew has been imposed around the Parliament building and some areas in Kathmandu. Charles Stratford, Al Jazeera.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news, expert insight. Like, share, stay.
What would you recommend as a better source for what took place in Nepal? Al Jazeera is lying for their reasoning. I don't think they're lying necessarily. It's just like people don't, people lean into whatever is being reported. I suspect no protests that take place anywhere around the world happens just because of like social media bans. Social media bans is the straw that breaks the camel's back. If social media is a part of where people are organizing, and then the government actually wants to stamp it out or censor it, I'm sure people are exhibiting discontent towards that as well. But the major reasons are always going to be austerity. The major reasons are always going to be the wealth not getting spread evenly. Yeah. Kathmandu Post, and there's a context note to the New York Times piece. At least 12 people were killed in Nepal. The protest was against the corruption and not the social media ban. The government is trying to change the narrative of the protest, saying that it's just about the social media ban. But I don't think it's about the social media ban. I think it's just another aspect of the like it's not people that want to fucking watch TikTok videos and they're this pissed off. Do you understand? I think that's like the way that the media is trying to cover it, but that's not the case. That is the tipping point, certainly. I'm sure it's an inflection point, but people don't protest like that just for social media bans. Okay, that's not how this goes. I would assume it's more so corruption and also deteriorating living standards. Protests led by Gen Z, this is from Kathmandu Post, against the government's corruption and the government's decision to restrict social media platforms and move from the digital space to the streets. Demonstrators gathered at Maitgar in Kathmandu to voice their dissent. In recent days, hashtags such as Nepo Kid and Nepo Babies have been trending online, gaining momentum after the government decided to block unregistered platforms. According to the Kathmandu District Administration Office, Hami Nepal organized the rally, which has sought prior approval. The group's chairperson, Sudhan Gurung, said the protest was a response to the government's actions and corruption that had similar demonstrations were being held across the country. Organizers have been using social media to share information on protest routes and safety tips. They've also urged students to join demonstrations in their uniforms carrying books. Damn, you're trending in Nepal, Nepo baby? Yeah, you wish the Nepo babies in Nepal were like me. What are you kidding me? Have you ever seen a color revolution you haven't defended? Covering this color revolution, but my freedom of speech days, all these color revolutions. Have you ever seen a color revolution you haven't defended? Dude, I think a lot of people don't understand that I'm not, like, I look at these events from a critical lens no matter what. I don't automatically, my haters think I automatically abide by the campus position, which is that any sort of discontent outside of the United States of America or outside of the periphery of the West is actually being fomented by the West and Western organizations and Western NGOs, and it's all fake. It's all bullshit. This I feel like allows many people to feel comfortable about, you know, their own personal position that like it's always the West that's like contributing to the evilness, when in fact, I mean, of course, the West still will always play a formative role, but this level of instability doesn't happen with CIA intervention. You're out of your fucking mind if you think that. Okay, even those color revolutions themselves have always historically had a starting point that's almost always the fucking same, which is anger and discontent against government corruption that puts the interests of super wealthy or corporations, for example, against the interests of everyday working class people in said nations. Why don't you think it's a color revolution when people are setting up protests against the French government? But when it's people in Nepal doing so, you go, it's a color revolution. I feel like sometimes campus themselves unironically end up orientalizing and assume that these people can't have their own personal struggles in these countries. Okay? It's not a social media revolution. Gen Z were looking at Nepalese rich government kids spending money on lavish lifestyles, and they were complaining about the same and their material conditions. So Nepal government banned social media revolutions against corruption, government profiteering. Isn't it a Putin term? No, dude, what? A color revolution is not a Putin term. What the fuck? No. If anything, it's a American term first and foremost. Jesus Christ, chatters. I'm sure Putin uses it as well, but that's not, yeah. Also, ironically enough, color revolutions predate Vladimir Putin anyway. Okay? Here, I'll give you the Wikipedia page. Okay? Color revolutions are a series of often nonviolent protests and accompanying attempted or successful changes of government and society that took place in post-Soviet states, particularly Georgia, Ukraine, and Kyrgyzstan, and the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia in the early 21st century. The aim of the color revolutions was to establish Western-style democracies. They were primarily triggered by elections results widely viewed as falsified. I mean, this is the most like pro-Western analysis on this. But when people when anti-imperialists or people that are outside of, when anti-imperialists or people outside of the periphery or outside of the realm of influence of the West talk about color revolutions, they're talking about discontent that is beefed up or fomented by Western agencies, Western intelligence, and Western interests to whip people up into a frenzy so they can engage in instability in the country and then hopefully topple whatever form of governance that exists that wasn't playing ball with the West. Okay? This doesn't mean that those forms of governance in those countries are not filled to the brim with corruption or numerous other issues in any case. My argument always is a smart government, a capable government is supposed to address the material harm that people are experiencing in order to avoid this kind of thing. And if you can't do that, then you actually engage in militant repression. Of course, when America engages in militant repression, we go, that's normal, that's good. When America's enemies engage in militant repression, we say that's a dictatorship. That's the worst possible thing that has ever happened. We immediately have to nuke this country's capital. Okay, that's it. The way to set up a network of organizers in an effort to create this environment of discontent that takes advantage of the existing issues. That take advantage of these existing issues is by, one, having a country that is either crippled by sanctions and international intervention, or even sometimes direct boots on the ground military warfare, things of that nature. You set up civil society organizations, you set up NGOs. They take on a bunch of different roles in the country, and oftentimes they are presented as positive things to the Western world, but also to the people, to the members of the public as well, right? Basically a reversal of, I would say it's basically a reversal of what during the civil rights struggle, what the American right was saying about the USSR, saying that the USSR and communists are the ones who are making black people angry about segregation. Okay, I'll use an American example for you to understand. And in certain instances, there is a lot of Western involvement. There is a lot of Western intervention. But not all of these movements are the same. Okay, that's it. And in a country where there is at least a government that is working at the behest of the citizens, despite their starting point being fucking horrible, right? Despite their starting point being like unimaginably poor, why do you not see color revolutions of this sort? I'm of course referencing China. There are obviously groups that exist within China that have actively tried to create an environment of discontent, some to tremendous success at certain points throughout time. But ultimately, when you offer people not only their treats, but you offer people hope, and you offer people the idea that your government is doing right by them, you don't have to engage in endless amounts of violence and bloodshed that ends up even creating more backlash and creating more of a militant response against what you're doing. So ultimately, it does still go back to it's still, there are numerous ways in which Western intelligence have played a formative role in these sorts of things, especially in the past. But nowadays it's more of a failure, I would say. And, but not every single act of discontent that you see from student movements and whatnot is actually being propped up by the fucking CIA. Please.
To Kathmandu now, at least 13 people have been killed and dozens injured in the Nepali capital during a protest against the government's decision to block dozens of social media platforms. Police fired tear gas.
Okay, not just CIA, Western sanctions help, but there's a reason people don't overthrow Modi, a fascist. Why don't Indians overthrow the fascist corrupt government or even Putin? Why does it happen to enemies of the West? Why don't friends of America fall if fascism is better than socialism? No, I'm saying that in spite of the attempts, not all of these color revolutions or not all of these disruptions are successful. One must ask the question, why? Okay? That's it. Explain Turkey, India, any of the Middle East countries that are allies of America, fool. I mean, Turkey is actually unironically a bad example in this circumstance because America did try to do a fucking coup in Turkey and it only propped up Erdogan further. But Erdogan is already a controllable entity regardless because he has numerous points of corruption that the Americans can dangle in front of him every single time he steps out of line, even remotely, which is why he was an incredible ally to the West regardless in the aftermath of the coup that took place. Okay?
Gas and rubber bullets to disperse protesters calling themselves Gen Z. A curfew has been declared in parts of the city.
Like, if we're talking about Nepal, instead of just immediately saying this is a color revolution, you're fucking defending it. This is a color revolution that the West is creating, and you're fucking defending it. Explain to me why you think the discontent that people have, specifically younger people have in Nepal, is fake. Okay? And I heard this from a lot of people. I heard this from a lot of people with the Indonesia stuff too. At least with Indonesia, you could make the argument that they have like aligned themselves. It's a very important. It's going to play a very important strategic role in that region against China, because China has aligned with the Indonesian state. China has actually helped Indonesia develop. Hassan, stop dodging every valid argument. This is too much. Oh my God. I'm demanding you present a valid argument. Dude, this is my least favorite type of argumentation. You don't actually present an argument at all, and then you go, why are you dodging a solid counter argument here? I'm not. I'm saying, give me a solid counter argument and we can discuss it. This is one of the most annoying things that people do in this chat. We'll be like, and then they'll move on to just hold the L, bro. Just take the L. You're so bad at taking the L. It's like, what's the fucking argument? You didn't even present an argument. You did not present an argument at all. You just simply said, I say so. It's happened in the past. So this is once again another instance. And the reason why fascism doesn't fall is because it's not just because of the fucking Western support. Okay? But Western support certainly does help. What, you think if like the Western newspapers covered India's Modi's fascism evenly and better, that like all of a sudden every Indian would be rising up in arms against Modi's fascist policies? No, some countries are successful with their repression. Some countries are not. This is a stupid argument. It would help. Oh, okay. If only the New York Times wrote extensively about Indian fascism, would this ginormous nation be able to successfully overthrow their government? Don't you feel like you're placing a lot of emphasis on how powerful Western media is in this regard? And I'm not going to sit here and act like Western media is not powerful. Mainstream media is not powerful. It is, but not as much as you think it is, okay?
Government last week ordering the blocking of social media. Now that includes Facebook, YouTube and X for not complying with a deadline to register with the Ministry of Communication. With me is our South Asia editor, Ambarasan Etharajan. It's turned violent on the streets of Kathmandu. What's been happening?
There were some extraordinary scenes in the streets of Kathmandu this morning when thousands of young people calling themselves as Gen Z, they held a march towards the Parliament building against the government's decision to ban various social media accounts last week because the government wants them to be registered, and they accuse the companies of not meeting the deadline for registration. They want a local contact, like a grievance officer, liaison officer, to be set up inside Kathmandu so that they can handle hate speech, fake news and online fraud. However, millions of people, more than 50% of Nepal's 30 million population, they use various social media platforms to communicate with their friends, family, for news and business. So they are angry that the government has suddenly blocked this vital means of communication because more than 80% of the country's internet traffic is coming through social media. So it's a huge loss for the internet service providers as well.
And Ambarasan, does the anger go deeper than that? Because when you look at some of the placards that they're holding, it's end to corruption, enough is enough. Are there other things brewing there that people are upset about too?
I spoke to some people in Kathmandu this morning. There seems to be a wider anti-government sentiment at the moment because it is not only about the social media ban. There was also bubbling anger against what they call as nepotism, corruption and mismanagement and the political instability. And then this has given a platform for them to express their anger and the views. But people are worried about what is going to happen in the next few days, because some are accusing the government of using excessive force. We are talking about, so many people killed, and the hospital authorities have told BBC Nepali service that some of the injured people are in a critical condition. So
this has been going on for the past year now. No, I think the other the other protests in Nepal were like pro monarchy protests. Dude, it's confusing. Okay, it is very confusing because like the government of Nepal, just like the government of Indonesia, is aligned more and more aligned with the People's Republic of China. Okay, but while that offers them great state projects, I assume that they don't necessarily move money around in a way in the aftermath of those projects that actually improve people's lives, and then they get mad, they get upset, and then instead of going, oh shit, my bad, we'll listen to what you have to say, they do this shit and they shoot people and kill people, and then people get even more mad. So they're in line with China's Taiwan take. What do you mean China's Taiwan take, dude? What are you talking about? No one in fucking Nepal gives a shit about Taiwan. What the fuck are you talking about? America is in line with China's Taiwan take. What are you saying right now? What? No, when I say these guys are aligned with the Chinese government, I mean like they're a part. They play a formative role in the One Belt, One Road initiatives. They get infrastructure project spending. The Chinese government dumps money into these countries, whether it be Indonesia or Nepal.
Numbers are going to go up, and is it going to trigger?
Also, the biggest opposition party is Mao. It's not right wing, yeah, but I think I think historically, both India and even the Chinese government has aligned with the monarchy in the past against Maoist revolution too. So
wider anger, because what we saw, small protests like what happened in Bangladesh and in Sri Lanka, where it turned into a...
Listen, as is the case in the Philippines, the Chinese government currently, and even throughout history, has not necessarily given too much of a fuck about, especially in the last like 50 years. I don't think the Chinese government has given a fuck about Maoist revolutions anywhere else, even when it would benefit them to have Maoist leadership. The Philippines are a great example of this.
Massive uprising overthrowing the government. But the government says it regrets the deaths, what happened, and they're going to have another meeting later today to find out ways to diffuse the situation.
And the government is also saying this is not an attempt by them to actually ban social media. They just want to bring these companies in line with Nepali law.
That's what they are arguing, and they are also pointing out to what happened in neighboring India or Pakistan, where the governments, again, the social media companies say India tops the list of countries asking posts on social media to be taken down, whereas the critics would say this is the way how the governments are trying to control free speech on social media, because that's the only platform nowadays for ordinary people to express their anger or views on anything happening inside the country.
Interesting. Amber Hassan, thank you so much.
Well, to Japan now, where Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba has just announced he is stepping
Oh, yeah. Japan's Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba is also resigning
down after less than a year in office. The decision follows successive election setbacks for the governing Liberal Democratic Party, including a loss of the parliamentary majority during a vote in July. The LDP is due to hold party leadership elections on Monday. Now, Ishiba has been holding a media briefing in Tokyo, which continues now on his exit. Well, Rob McBride takes a look at his political rise and fall.
The resignation of Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba comes after his ruling LDP party and their coalition partners lost their majority in upper house elections. The result reflected
I met with the dudes in Japan that played a big role in this happening, in this collapse of the LDP happening. And they saw zero benefits to their coverage. If you remember, the newspaper of the Japanese Communist Party did insane investigative reporting on the LDP's corruption, and then they literally lost seats in this last election. So that it's entanglements with the what's the name of the fucking Korean church? Like they're not looking too hot right now. Also, Japan has had its own version of like American style weirdos, the Unification Church. Japan has also had its own American style fucking weirdos hit this like super anti-immigration attitudes as well, and they've gained a lot of seats. They've gained a lot of prominence, even though they are laughable losers. Another group that we also saw when I was in Japan, Sanseido, with the orange flags. If you remember, I think it was on Will's stream when we were walking around and we saw we went up to a political rally.
General dissatisfaction with the existing political establishment and its inability to tackle the cost of living crisis and wage levels.
I think the result was as expected. LDP and Komeito clearly did not have an understanding of the public's needs.
Right now we have to strive to survive. I don't think the public can expect anything from the government.
Ishiba had also faced a difficult balancing act in trade talks with the United States, trying to maintain good relations across the Pacific without looking weak in the face of US demands. In spite of claiming the recent trade deal with Washington a success, his reputation was further damaged, fueling speculation about an early departure. Ishiba rose to Japan's top political job on his 5th attempt last year, with a strong emphasis on national.
They recently held a neo-Nazi style march in Tokyo, by the way, anti-immigrant march. Yeah, the Japanese anti-immigrant marches are so funny because, like, while they do rely on an international consortium of fascists, and one of the main guys in Sanseido is literally like an American dude. Their goals are as the anti-immigrant voice in the Japanese diet, however you say it, is literally about anti-white racism as well. They do not want white guys in Japan as well. I just want to point that out. They're not, when a Japanese xenophobe is talking, they're not pro-white migration. A lot of Westerners don't understand this. Obviously, most of their anger and most of their fear revolves around whether or not they're surrounded by secret Koreans or, even worse, the secret Chinese. Okay? But they also don't want any gaijin whatsoever. Like, they don't want white people either. Okay? So make no mistake, when Japanese people are talking about like anti-immigrant protests and being xenophobic, they're talking about white people too. They do not fuck with white people in Japan. I need you to understand something. So it's always funny when those like weird like fake Japanese Westerners like that present themselves as Japanese on Twitter, when they talk about like the Sanseido protests and how awesome they are. They're like, bro, they're talking about you, dipshit. They don't want you either. To be fair to them, you are the one guy they understandably don't want in the country because you suck. Anyway, there's a lot of misinfo. Remember, Twitter, for the record, I do need to point something out here. Twitter in the United States of America is not as prominent as a social media platform even before the Elon Musk takeover. Twitter, on the other hand, is an incredibly important social media platform for Japanese politics and Japanese discourse in general. 20% of the public, I believe, or is it higher than that? Like an insane number of the Japanese population uses Twitter. So, of course, Elon Musk's takeover has probably reflected poorly for Japanese political discourse because they still very much use Twitter. And there is so much misinformation about Japanese politics on Twitter. Jeffrey Hall reports, popular English language accounts are repeating a completely false claim that Prime Minister Ishiba planned to import millions of African/Kurdish/Muslim immigrants. The community note system isn't correcting these false posts, and the owner of this site seems to believe them. Yeah, Sanseido hates the Kurdish refugees. That's right. Which is interesting because it's not like there's a ginormous amount of Kurdish people living in Japan, or Turkish people as well. It's not a massive amount of Kurdish or Turkish people at all. And I have this suspicion. I'm gonna keep it a buck 50 with you. I have this sneaking suspicion that like a lot of this kind of attitude, a lot of these kinds of attitudes are unironically coming from like Westerners, okay? I think it's coming from Westerners because that type of shit, maybe with the exception of the Kurds, but like Muslims and Africans are coming to Japan, like that's not like a Japanese style racism, okay? That's not a Japanese, that's like not the normal Japanese style racism. Now it might become that way, right? It's the same with like anti-trans panic and anti-trans sentiments. This is, in my opinion, Western brain rot being imported, or not imported, sorry. Western brain rot being exported, okay? I think that they are slowly but surely changing Japanese politics to reflect the same kind of like weird enmity that exists in Western countries. Because Japanese xenophobes don't like single out black people. They don't just think like, oh, black people are coming or Indians are coming or anything like that. That's like a Western thing. They hate all foreigners. And they also especially hate foreigners that are coming from Korea and also China. So they're not like, they don't think like, oh, it's great when white people come here. No, like this is so hard for a lot of Americans to understand when I describe this. Like all of those videos that go viral in Japan, for example, of foreigners like are fucking up the country. Those are white people. They're usually talking about white people. When they say like the barbaric foreigners are coming in and disrupting the social fabric in Japan, they're not just like talking about like Indian people or black people. They're talking about white people, bro. And these dumb fucks don't understand that, I think. Now, of course, this is a silly point of contention anyway, because, the lack of migration into the island has unironically caused their population to collapse. It's literally killing them. It's not a joke. They are killing themselves because of their xenophobia. So, good luck to Japan in general with more and more xenophobic sentiment growing in the country. It's always been there, but it's seemingly growing even more now. So, but Japan don't fuck with white people as they see it as their master. No, that's not true. Japan's Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba. Oh, Ian Miles Wrong is at it again, too. Wants to import millions of Africans and Kurds because he believes Christian faith demands him to make Japan tolerant. Japan will laugh, cry, and sweat together with the people of Africa. I can't believe I saw this happen in real time. And it started with my coverage of Ghost of Yote. That's where I recognized this trend. You remember, if you guys recall, I talked about how when Ghost of Yote came out, like, or was announced, or not Ghost of Yote, sorry, was Assassin's Creed. Not Ghost of Yote. No, it was Assassin's Creed. I'm sorry. When Assassin's Creed came out, Assassin's Creed Shadows was announced. And there were, there was a lot of anger from white supremacists in the West that said, how dare they put a black figure as the main character? Okay. At first, Japanese society did not actually have any sort of, like, Japanese gamers didn't give a fuck. They were excited. They were like, great, it's going to be a game in Japan. I love that. It's awesome. And it's Yasuke. He is a historical figure in Japanese culture, Japanese history. Yasuke has been shown in many Japanese works up until this point. And there were so many people in the West, they were not really excited. No, initially they were. You're wrong. Dude, I covered it in real time as it was happening. Hold on. Let me explain the turn. Okay? At first they were stoked, especially because Yasuke has been featured in anime and in Japanese video games in the past. They didn't give a shit, right? Why would they? Having said that, however, first, Western weebs who are incredibly racist white supremacists were like, oh, they're trying to change Japanese history. They're trying to make, they're trying to put this like fake person Yasuke as a black guy in Japan. Like, whoa, it's woke, whatever, it's DEI. But then that actually did start to have an impact amongst the Japanese right. Now, those in the West, they were just criticizing it from the same anti-black sentiment. But the Japanese right looked at that and added Japanese seasoning to it. So they said Japanese far-right figures started claiming that this was actually done because Japan is too kind with its reparations to the Koreans, which, by the way, they're not, and it's bullshit. But they think this. Japanese far-right think like they gave too many recognitions and too many reparations to the Koreans. Okay, which they didn't, but the Japanese far-right believe this. Okay, I'm not saying they did. I'm just saying this is what the Japanese far-right believe. Okay, calm down. And they thought, the Japanese far-right thought, that this Ubisoft game, Assassin's Creed Shadows, was actually designed to make it seem as though Japan played a formative role in chattel slavery so that Japan would have to offer reparations to Africa in the same way that they've offered reparations to the Koreans. So they ran with this narrative and this anger and resentment that came from disgusting white supremacist gamers in the West, and they turned it into like some new thing, some new like Japanese version of that same anger, and then people started getting upset about it. And I feel like this is what's happening right now when people say, oh, they're trying to import millions of Africans and Kurds because he believes his Christian faith demands him to make Japan tolerant. So Jeffrey J. Hall says, popular English language accounts are repeating a completely false claim that Prime Minister Ishiba planned to import millions of African/Kurdish/Muslim immigrants. The community note system isn't correcting these false posts, and the owner of the site seems to believe them. If this continues, there will be no Japan, just some islands where Japanese people used to live. A country is its people, not its island, or not its land. If Ishiba pushes forward with this, he will and should be regarded as the greatest criminal in the entire history of Japan for destroying Japan. Wait, first of all, hold up. Even if he were to do this, that would not make him the greatest criminal in Japanese history. That's crazy. There are definitely some bigger criminals, man, that have come from, I can think of a few others. That's a wild thing to say. Okay. Anyway, an English language Twitter account with 237. This is one of those guys. This is Pirat Nation or whatever. It's like one of those like right-wing gamer accounts that like always talks about, like, you know, things that are happening in Japan, but like with a Western lens, and it's so fucking stupid. And this is not a real thing that happened, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's not a real thing that happened because that brain rot then goes back and has the capacity to reach Japanese eyes, and then they adopt their own version of it. It's fucking insane. I don't know what to do about it. Okay. I don't know how to deal with this. Anyway, look who's speaking at the MAGA Evangelical Conference. MAGA Evangelical Conference coming to Korea. Oh my Lord. This happened already. Kang Min Lee, Jack Posobiec, Charlie Kirk, dude, they are growing the fucking fascist network. Oh my Lord, we are so fucked.
Defense and security.
During this election campaign, a Russian aircraft violated our airspace. A Chinese ship entered our waters, and North Korea launched missiles. I've worked on national security matters for a long time, and am committed to protecting Japan's territory.
But in a snap election called right after becoming Prime Minister, his ruling coalition lost its majority in that house too, seemingly foreshadowing his political demise now. Rob McBride, Al Jazeera.
Don't miss out, get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news and expert insights. Like, share, stay ahead.
South Korea's foreign minister will head to the US as the two countries deal with the fallout of last week's massive immigration raid in Georgia. The US and South Korea have struck a deal to send roughly 300 workers home after they were detained by federal agents. The workers were among 475 people detained on Thursday during a large-scale raid at a plant jointly operated by South Korea-based companies Hyundai and LG Energy Solution. CNN's Mike Valerio joins me now from Seoul with more on this. Good to see you, Mike. So what's been the reaction to all of this in South Korea?
Rosemary, I think the best way to capture the reaction is to describe people being astonished.
astonished to see the treatment of their citizens. And really, I think that there is, from the people we talk to on the streets of Seoul, when we're looking at social media and opinion columns in the newspapers, there certainly is the understanding that every country needs to uphold.
How the fuck does the right wing have motion like that in Korea? Why is it left so fucking far behind? Okay, first of all, we're talking about South Korea. It is literally designed as a puppet state for American interests. So it's not like that's the least shocking country where far right radicals get to do whatever the fuck they want. It is a puppet state designed for Western interests as a bulwark against growing socialism and growing communism. That's the whole point. It was run by a military dictatorship. It is an occupied nation state. Now, when I say this, a lot of Koreans actually will probably get mad at me and say, well, it's better than DPRK, blah, blah, blah, all the shit. But like the reality of the matter is there was a lot of discontent initially in South Korea. It just got stamped out oftentimes by the military, but also directly aligned with the American military that was also there. They ripped every kind of revolutionary figure, the ones that, you know, didn't live in the North, I mean, or go to the North. They killed tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in numerous uprisings. Something that there has been no restitution for or even recognition of in South Korea. There are some initiatives, but of course, South Korea is a fertile ground for fascist movements, like Western fascist movements, to go in and really beef up that support. Having said that, however, no, this is true. Well, for the record, this is also true. There's also a lot of discontent and labor activism in South Korea as well. You just don't hear about it in the Western news. That's not true. We cover it here. But South Korea is a interesting country because like they do have a lot of they do have a lot of demonstrations. They do have a lot of labor militancy from time to time, but ultimately they're fighting against. I feel like it's even worse than America in many ways, if that makes sense, because like the chaebol system that they have and the power is more consolidated in South Korea than even the United States of America. And while they do have a more seemingly robust labor union structure, it's virtually impossible to make changes because of that hyper consolidation. A lot of leftism in Korea is just expressed differently. Please cover what's going on in Nepal. I beg. We need your help. I did earlier. They have, I don't know. I feel like there is there are a lot of issues in South Korea. We've covered them extensively here, but as is the case with shit that happens in America, all of those economic problems basically fall by the wayside, and everything turns into like gender wars and other things that relate back to, you know, identity, even though, to be fair, there is a lot of gender-based violence in South Korea as well.
Hold its immigration laws. But what people don't seem to understand when we're doing interviews is why couldn't ICE, from their point of view, go to this mega facility and say, you know what, I think there was a problem with XYZ section of your visa for this person and that person. The way that this was handled, showing up without warning and putting chains around people's waists, leading them out with handcuffs, and then leading them out to detention, that certainly has struck an emotional chord with people. And describing that emotional chord, it's certainly an undercurrent of unease. America is such a friend to South Korea, with nearly 30,000 troops who are stationed here on the Korean Peninsula as a counter to China and North Korea. Trade and cultural ties very strong.
So from what I understand, those guys that were there, because this is a very high percentage of Korean laborers that were arrested in the process, and many of them actually didn't have the proper paperwork to be working there. But the reason why they didn't have the proper paperwork to be working there is because of the way that the fucking immigration labor force is designed in the United States of America. It's very restrictive. Even when these guys are bringing in, and that is, I believe, the case with this specific factory, when they're bringing in skilled laborers to train the domestic labor force, or at least that's what the Hyundai statement and the South Korean statement on this has been. And this has been a real issue. We covered this a little bit the other day when it first happened. As I told you and showed you videos of it, like ICE came in, raided the Hyundai facility, and they arrested 400 plus workers at the facility. They said, you got to stop the work here right now. And a big chunk of that, 300 plus, almost all the workers that they arrested were of Korean descent. They were Korean nationals. And only 30 of them, according to the American government, actually had the proper clearance and proper authorization. They arrested everybody, by the way, at the factory. They arrested like they detained American citizens and everybody else, right? So the American government came out and said only 30 of them had the proper documentation to be working on U.S. soil. Now, the problem here is the Trump administration has made deals with the Korean government and has made deals such as this one. And so did the Biden administration before the Trump administration. So these guys were actually working at a battery facility that was set up and funded with the previous administration's initiatives, right? So from what I understand, the reason why the Trump administration declared these guys to be illegally working on U.S. soil, I don't know the overall reason why they made this move. I feel like it's fucking insane to do this because this is a betrayal for, this is a betrayal to all of the other, like, they're giving us so much money to build factories, shit that Trump has been doing. That also doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, why would you, on the one hand, talk about how awesome it is that you're getting these foreign countries and their foreign companies and their foreign capital to come into the United States and then literally fuck them over when they are in the process of setting up facilities in the United States of America, okay? But from what I understand, it was basically like the reason why these guys were there and technically didn't have the proper paperwork was because the American government knew that they didn't have the proper paperwork. And instead of offering them the proper paperwork, they were like, yeah, whatever, just bring these guys in and put them to work. This goes back to the same problem that I explained beforehand to you guys about the training that is necessary, the runway, and how long it takes to. It's not just about like building the facility, right? You have to also train the domestic labor force to be able to do precise manufacturing, and they clearly haven't done so. This is what it takes. This is a part of that process, rather.
And then you have this that certainly is leading people in business to question, how will investments go forward? How exactly will they position their people going forward? In case in point, we had LG Energy Solution, the company that is partnering with Hyundai, at least in the EV battery part of this mega facility in Georgia, suspending most business trips until further notice and telling their people, Rosemary, that if they are in the United States, they either need to remain in their accommodations or come home immediately. And as we wrap up here, the broader context of this all happened fewer than 2 weeks after South Korea's president, Lee Jae-myung, was in the White House, in the Oval Office, having a good meeting with President Trump.
Like, the timing of this does not make sense. It's so incredibly stupid. There's something that does not add up. One, by and large, there's a lot of people that like have anger and resentment, racist anger and resentment towards undocumented migrants that entirely revolve around like pure racism, that they don't necessarily feel that level of enmity towards like Korean migrants, right? That's number one, because there are definitely a lot of racists that'll be like, and I saw this and I showed you this before. They were like, why don't you do this to the Guatemalans? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to the Koreans? You're not supposed to do this to the Koreans. You're supposed to do this to the Mexicans, right? That's one part of it. Okay. The other part of it is perhaps most consequential. This comes after the Trump administration said that they're getting a lot of foreign capital to build these kinds of fucking facilities. And a part of that process requires training the people to work in these facilities, or at least like set up a production hub so that the facility is actually making the batteries, if it's a battery facility, for example, because you can't just like immediately start hiring American laborers that don't have any idea how to use these machines, that don't understand how the production process works at all. So it doesn't make any sense. It just goes against the spirit of all of the deal making that Donald Trump has flaunted around. And it almost feels like maybe he's too stupid to realize that like this is just a part of that process. But here's the Financial Times reporting on this. It says, breaking news, several people familiar with the Korean conglomerates in the U.S. said it was an open secret that they and their subcontractors routinely used unsuitable visas for workers sent to the U.S. to build multi-billion-dollar advanced manufacturing sites. Okay? So from what I understand, the Biden administration was aware of this, and so was the Trump administration. That like instead of offering them the proper clearance and the work authorization that was necessary, they were just like, yeah, whatever, just like take a tourist visa and extend it. It doesn't matter. We're not going to do anything about it. Okay? Which is fucking insane. Now, there's a lot of reporting on this. Here, let's talk about South Korea's entire media establishment across the political spectrum has united in unprecedented editorial consensus expressing profound betrayal, outrage, and national humiliation and fundamental breach of the U.S.-ROK alliance regarding mass arrest of Korean workers at Hyundai's Georgia plant. Okay? The general sentiment, while Korean media occasionally unite on domestic issues, these are usually severely politicized. Here, the level of scorn, spanning from conservative establishment to progressive outlets, is extraordinarily rare. They are furious. Chosun Ilbo, flagship conservative, scathing language calling this a merciless arrest operation that represents something that cannot happen between allies and a breach of trust. Notes Trump personally thanked Hyundai's chairman just months ago. He did. That's why it's so crazy. Trump literally was like, thank you for, giving us $7 quintillion or whatever fucking fake number he presents every now and then. Only to turn around and do this, it doesn't make any sense. Chosun calls the situation bewildering and emphasizes the contradiction. Trump pressures Korean companies to invest while simultaneously arresting their workers. The editorial questions whether American investment promises survive across different administrations. Dong Ilbo, conservative, delivers perhaps the most damning question in his headline. How are we supposed to build factories? While nothing Korea was specifically targeted in describing this as a shocking behavior between allies. Dong-ae asks, who would invest under these conditions when Korean workers are treated like a criminal group? Notes this threatens the 17,000 plus jobs already created by Korean companies in Georgia. The Korean government must demand a pledge from the U.S. to prevent recurrence. Jong-ang Ilbo, conservative, calls an incident that shook the values and trust of the ROK-US alliance, occurring at the very site of economic alliance. Describes public being appalled at seeing Koreans dragged away in chains and cable ties. Jong-un characterizes this as a show-off style crackdown targeting an allied nation and an act that undermines the credibility of the alliance, suggests this may have been Trump's political theater ahead of midterm elections. Korea Economic Daily, the business paper, headlines, this is an absurd arrest of Koreans incident. It is hard to understand it in terms of common sense why quotas for visas are given to Australia, Singapore, Chile, but not a single visa to Korea. It is so fucking stupid. Also, speaking of the stupidity, after I'm done reading the Korean headlines, I'm not done there because there's more to talk about here. Okay. There's a GOP hopeful that took credit for this raid, and we're going to get to that in a second because she has a fantastic background, one you would expect. Anyway, KED knows that this incident is a significant blow to the ROK-US economic alliance, warning that if this is used as leverage in trade negotiations, it would be behavior of betraying the trust of the alliance. Mail Business newspaper uses a headline, when they told us to build factories, that was one thing. U.S. arrests 300 Korean workers, calls the situation shocking and absurd, notes you cannot supervise trillion won investment without Korean personnel. Yeah, I don't even think she actually did it. I think she's like trying to take clout off of it, which is, again, a sign of the times. Like, think about how awful everything is, that you can gain clout off of lying about this like act of cruelty and stupidity, really. Isn't that wild? Do you think South Korea will finally understand why why DPRK hates the U.S.? No, of course not. You already know that that's never going to happen. I mean, it's the same as Europe. If Europe doesn't understand it, if Europe doesn't experience any sort of animosity towards America, when America's like very clearly demanding tithing from European nations, they nuked Hoscord. Dude, I don't know what's going on. Okay, please. It's probably a fucking Discord related issue. Who cares? Just like I'm live right now. Nobody nuked it. It's just like if Discord fucks up from time to time, can you please calm down? Jesus Christ, some of you literally look at Discord as your lifeline to humanity. Nah, it's nuked. No, it's not. If it was nuked, dude, I'm the owner of the fucking Discord. Okay? I'm the main owner. Discord would send me a message. Okay? Or I am the only one who can nuke the fucking Discord. It's a temporary fucking outage. There are a bunch of other Discord servers that are also down. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Jesus Christ. Some of you guys are genuinely children. Use this as an opportunity to watch the stream or go outside. Even better. Seoul Economic Daily calls this shocking. Our citizens' rights must never be violated again. Describes the arrest footage as horrifying. Uses particularly strong language that the Korean workers were treated like prisoners of war. My Golden Girls fan club Discord is also down. I guess they also nuked it. While we do not understand the political motivations of the far-right Republicans in the U.S. in this reckless crackdown, it is also painful to see how our diplomacy failed to recognize a massive operation that had been planned for months. Hankook Ilbo, centrist conservative Korean companies ended up looking like they got hit from behind, warns this threatens trust between allies, and calls for fundamental visa-style reform. Kyunghang Shinmun, liberal, calls this, what kind of bolt from the blue incident is this, and deeply regrettable, while criticizing treating them like criminals. Questions whether rational business would invest in a country behaving this way. Hankyore, progressive, most direct in questioning alliance fundamentals with headline, is this what you do to an ally? Describes Koreans feeling backstabbed after Lee-Trump meeting at the White House and accuses U.S. of duplicitous behavior. Raphael reports, my 2 cents in Korea, public humiliation isn't just personal embarrassment. It's an attack on the dignity that reverberates through society. The fact that the workers were filmed being shackled and footage was deliberately released by ICE makes it worse. Korea has a deep historical memory of being humiliated by foreign powers, and the visuals of Koreans in chains being paraded by a foreign power triggers collective memories of subjugation that go beyond this just being unfair. This is a public humiliation of the nation itself. And I do agree with Daniel Ahmad. They should kick out the U.S. troops occupying their country in response. They will never do that, of course. And they'll let bygones be bygones. Okay, but what do you want? Fuck sake, read my shit. I'm a local. I'm on the ground. You dork. What are you going to tell me? The people of our community hate this. Savannah relies on these people and they fully become a part of our community. We see, eat, and drink with them every day. I work in a warehouse in this area that's mostly staffed by Latino people who are I-9s, and as a manager, I have to remind them to keep their doors locked every day because of this. Thank you. Georgia motherfuckers be like, Georgia mentioned, it's my time to shine. Thank you for your update from the ground. I'm not going to dunk on you. This was great. It was a good update. Okay?
Touting all of the investment possibilities of how South Korea could help make American manufacturing and industry great again. So when you have this unfolding, certainly officials here in Seoul are trying to resolve this as quickly as possible. We do see President Trump posting on Truth a few hours ago saying that all foreign international investment is welcome. He wants people to be in the...
Yeah, but not so welcome. See, this is the problem with all immigration, okay? This guy, looking at South Korean opposition lawmakers, former government officials, and newspapers across the ideological spectrum are expressing outrage at the Hyundai raid, calling the Trump administration unusual, impulsive, and contradictory. This fucking dipshit goes, next time, maybe they'll abide by our laws. Dude, it's migrant laborers. It is up to the government to literally allow them to work when you want them. When you want Korean money, you also need Korean workers to come and set up the facility. It's that fucking simple. You are a goddamn NPC if you don't understand this process. You don't just like build a factory out of thin fucking air and just put a bunch of people on the factory floor and go, Go off, kings. Let's go. That's not how this works. It is already the fuck up of the previous administration and this one to not design a visa structure that allows these people to come and work legally. But that is the case with all migrant labor. Okay? That's what it is. All migrant labor is a solvable problem with paperwork. Okay? What the fuck? These people had legal visas, yes, but not for fucking working for extended periods of time on U.S. soil because they were just using a loophole and the government was just like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. I don't understand. I do not understand why the government just doesn't go, all right, we're going to offer more fucking visas to you guys. Like the proper paperwork. That's the problem. That's what's so stupid about this dumbass system that we have that's just like designed in this incredibly cruel way for no fucking discernible reason other than obviously profits. But that's besides the point.
United States legally. So in some, it's just the manner that this was done. Again, striking a chord with people, and we're waiting to see when exactly the more than 300 people are set to return to South Korea. It could be towards the middle of this week, but we're still firming up our reporting.
Like he just nuked that factory. Do you understand? When you do this, you just nuke the factory. That's what you did. Like, what are they supposed to do going forward? You know? You just nuke the fucking factory. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Something that's not being reported much regarding the ICE crackdowns at the Hyundai LG Georgia battery factory. Korean companies investing billions cannot get proper visas and then are criminalized for bringing skilled workers to fill gaps American labor cannot. Sentiment is one of betrayal. Okay? One of the core issues is that South Korea has no country reserved work visa. By contrast, Australia, for instance, gets E3, $10,500 a year. And Singapore and Chile get H-1B1, $5,400 and $1,400. Korea has neither, despite FTA status and massive investment commitments. The Partner with Korea Act, which would, in theory, allow specialty visas, has been repeatedly introduced in Congress, but never passed. This is seen as a must to facilitate even more Korean investment in batteries, semiconductors, and other industries. It's not that these guys want to build these battery facilities and then only hire and use this as a mechanism to bring in fucking Korean workers in the US. Okay. This is a tiny, minuscule number of workers. Is that they want, when you build a facility, you still have to do training. You still have to train the existing labor force so they can work in the facilities. It is such a spectacular fuck up. It doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. Do you understand how stupid this is to anyone with a functioning brain cell? Then there's the cap on the highly competitive H-1Bs of 85,000 total, 65K regular plus 20K US masters. No per country quotas. Processing takes months. Many construction trades don't qualify as specialty occupations requiring degrees. Another one, L1 and E2 visas for executives/investors have strict requirements. B1 business visas technically allow meetings /training, but authorities now consider this illegal employment. That's the other thing. Because this is on what? Okay, I don't know what the fuck this guy is saying. That's sometimes I just get hit with like an insane post in the chat, and it just breaks my brain so hard. Okay, now I need you to understand when you say were these guys in here illegally? No, yes and no, rather. Okay. These are workers that need to be here, okay? In the eyes of the foreign company that has made this investment, that is going to hire American workers, okay? This is a necessary group of workers that have to come in and have to play a role in the training process, okay? And the American government, they do this all the fucking time with everything else. So why not this as well? The American government just goes, fuck it, just take whatever visa you can and come into the country and just work in the factory. It's fine. You don't have to get the proper work authorization visa. Okay? Do you understand? Instead of opening up, America's not the only country that does this, by the way. Other countries have weird ass fucking visa structures too. Here, I'll give you an example of China. If you want to get a business visa in China, you have to technically be an employee of a Chinese company, okay? In order to get a business visa to do business travel to China, you literally have to act as though you are working for a Chinese company. It's a stupid process. It makes no sense, but just countries have stupid fucking processes. That's it. That's how it works. Now, in America, they literally they just have this structure set up. There's a million different ways that you can get. There's a million different ways that you can get a approval to come into the country. So they just basically say, it's fine. Just fucking, get whatever visa you can for these people and then have them work in the facility. But that means that's not true. You need an invitation from a Chinese company. Yes, I know. You need to be sponsored by a Chinese company. The visa process is not that bad. No, I'm just saying the paperwork required is is just interesting. Okay, everybody calm the fuck down. It's a weird process as opposed to just being like, you don't have to be sponsored in other places to get like a fucking business visa. That's my point. Anyway, okay, this guy literally thinks, I don't know what's going on. He's like freaking out about whatever wall of text that he's posting. Hassan definitely cranks his hog in the mirror. He will be consumed by his own vanity. I will put money on it. Anyway, getting back to this situation, the point I'm making is that if the government says it doesn't matter, just get whatever fucking visa, you don't actually need, we're not going to make a big deal out of you not getting the necessary work authorization, then why would the fucking Korean company assume that their people are going to get arrested like this? Okay? Of course. Because immigration is a matter of paperwork. Immigration is a matter of paperwork. So if the government that controls the paperwork is saying, it's fine, don't worry about the paperwork, this paperwork is fine, then the expectation is not for that paperwork to no longer be fine. Do you see what I mean? That's why these guys are like, what the fuck do you mean? You just arrested and apprehended a bunch of our nationals that you wanted to be there. The way that they're selling this, process in America is very different than like what has actually taken place. Wow, yesterday this fuck acted like the Soviet Union didn't start on the Nazi side. They claimed they were the saviors of World War II. Okay, brother, open up a fucking history book, all right? Please. Jesus Christ. Crackdowns is clearly to increase American employment. Chosen Ilbo quotes a Korean construction official. It's impossible to meet construction deadlines with only Americans. We have no choice but to urgently dispatch our technicians to solve problems. Same source continues. They tell us to invest, but won't give us visas for essential personnel. I don't know what they expect us to do. This basically encapsulates the impossible situation Korean companies say they're facing. News One reports the practical problems. To send skilled experts on H-1B visa takes months, but construction sites need personnel constantly. We have no choice but to rely on short-term visas like ESTA. The skill gap is real. Chosen Ilbo describes finding qualified workers as like picking stars from the sky. News One 2 notes that local workers simply cannot build semiconductor, battery, or shipbuilding factories. This isn't new. In 2020, South Korean innovation faced identical issues. 33 Koreans expelled at Atlanta airport. 13 more arrested later for ESTA violations at the Georgia battery plant. Korean companies say the visa system creates recurring impossible situations. Visa terror is now reportedly spreading through Korean communities in America. Even legal residents are reportedly avoiding travel, fearing they won't return. This is all happening right after President Lee Jae-myung's meeting with Trump the other day, and Korean firms pledging $150 billion in U.S. investments on top of the country's earlier pledge to invest $350 billion. This factor is Biden's showcase project proving his economic policies work. Trump now undermines it while simultaneously demanding the investments that created it. One executive reportedly said, "It's not that we're trying to steal American jobs, but that we want to quickly build factories to hire locally, yet the reward for such efforts is being treated as illegal immigrants. It's deflating. The structural contradiction. America demands massive foreign investment for Made in America, but makes it nearly impossible to bring highly skilled workers needed to deliver those investments. Burning the candle on both ends." South Korean President Lee Jae-myung ordered all-out efforts to respond to the arrest. Foreign Minister Cho Hyun says he's willing to travel to Washington personally if necessary, expressing heavy responsibility over the arrest. Foreign Minister Cho says he and his ministry will continue to do everything possible to resolve this issue as soon as possible. Finally, perhaps a small disclaimer, this threat is not to assess the specific visa status or legal situation of those detained, but rather to highlight the broader structural systematic issues that have frustrated Korean companies for years. Yeah. They're going to bring the foreign minister and then arrest him and being like, well, you didn't get the proper authorization as a foreign minister to come on U.S. soil to demand things from us. Sorry, you're also being detained. It's so insane. It is absurd. This is like, I mean, this is very interesting because, like, look, to me, this is, this exposes the stupidity of the immigration conversation here in the United States of America. Okay, this basically is so stupid that it's like kind of funny, even though it's very harmful. It's a violent process. These guys got detained, but like, it's almost funny in how stupid this is because the American government is once again so horny to take the initiative against like migrants and whatnot that they end up hurting their own interests, which is the far more consequential aspect of the story, which is American economy, right? Like building a robust manufacturing base. If that's the goal, you can't do stuff like this. It's the opposite of what you're supposed to be doing. As Raphael states here, the Trump administration extorting foreign governments and companies to build American factories while simultaneously raiding the immigrant workforce needed to operate them. So what do you want? Something that is fucking impossible. And the solution is so simple as well. Like, that's the crazy part about it. The solution is so simple. Give people the proper authorization. This is the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing. Like, ICE released this video itself. This is so embarrassing for America. This is not just like a moment of humiliation for South Korea. This is a moment of humiliation for America if we had the capacity to understand how fucking insane this looks.
GSP in position, north side.
Yeah, also, they don't even have the necessary manpower. They don't even have the necessary manpower to make mass apprehensions like this, which is why they have to fucking bring in HSI, DEA. Like, normally this is just CBP, right? It's supposed to be just CBP. But because they don't have enough manpower to make 475 detainments, they have to bring a fuck ton of other federal agencies as well, for the record. Like, every part of this is so fucking stupid, dude. Every part of this process is so unimaginably stupid. Yeah, Homeland Security investigations, they set up tents and shit. And you got local police obviously aiding and abetting in the fucking mass kidnapping.
No, sir.
Like, the other reason why I find this story to be very interesting is because of the sheer percentage of like Koreans that were arrested in this process, because like, this is in many respects no different than what we are doing at every farm, at every facility. Right? It's no different. This is the American migrant labor force basically operates on a we're not going to look in your direction kind of way. And it has in perpetuity. Just as they've done this with Korean workers that are coming in from South Korea that the government knows about. This is the process with ICE. This has been the process with ICE for every undocumented migrant. A lot of people don't understand that. They think like someone crosses the border in secrecy and then like the government doesn't know about it and they're just like doing maybe illegal stuff. That's not the case at all. Okay? That's the reason why so many of the people that are being apprehended are apprehended at their court dates outside of the fucking courtroom. Or at ICE facilities when they're doing their routine checkup. A lot of Americans do not realize that a fuck ton of the undocumented migrant labor population in this country, the government knows exactly where they are. They know where their houses are. They know where they're renting. They know where they work. They know if they have any sort of criminal background whatsoever. They know all of this because these guys are actually playing ball with the government. They literally are routinely checking in with ICE or they're going to their court dates because they have this false notion that eventually this process, this incredibly long and arduous process, is going to lead them to get the proper authorization. And they work throughout this entire process where there's this like immigration status legal limbo. They're paying taxes. That's why I always stress the importance that like the difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented migrant is just paperwork. Okay. And we purposely ensure that the paperwork never happens so that we can discard these people on a whim, on a moment's notice, whenever we feel like it. Okay. And that lack of paperwork also allows American companies to use and abuse these people to the fucking bone. One of the greatest examples of this just being simply a matter of paperwork was when J.D. Vance said the Haitians are eating cats and dogs in Springfield, Ohio. Every single one of the Haitian workforce in Springfield, Ohio was properly documented. And yet that didn't stop that administration, before it became the administration, sorry, they didn't stop the campaign and the Republican Party, the National Republican Party, in claiming that these guys were undocumented laborers. They were undocumented migrants. They weren't undocumented. They had TPS. They had proper work clearance. They were documented. They were all legal immigrants. But of course, now, with the stroke of a pen, they can be considered illegal immigrants. That's the difference. That's what's so fucking cruel about this conversation that many people don't understand. They just don't get it. And a lot of people don't want to get it. The reason why this one is even crazier is because like it's more formalized. Like this is a more formal agreement. It's a unique marginalized group that it's a unique minority population that like you normally don't see in the crosshairs when it comes to this kind of conversation, this kind of like oftentimes racist conversation about white nativist anti-immigrant attitudes. But it's like the most formal version of exactly what happens to the Haitians in Springfield or the Venezuelans who are no longer able to continue their temporary protected status. Like, that's the reason why I'm lasering in on this. And it's unimaginably cruel. It's incredibly fucked up. And it's also self-defeating. It's stupid. You're so racist at that point that you're hurting your own economic output. You are literally fucking yourself up. Like, take note of what they're showing, by the way. They like, this is purposely dehumanizing. It's purposely humiliating. This is evil. And the government is flexing this. This is fucking barbaric. This is Nazi shit. The problem is, this time around, there is no multipolarity. This time around, this comes after World War II. This comes after nukes. So it's as though the Nazi government is not a German government that is experiencing a lot of economic shocks and seemingly trying to expand and conquer as much territory as possible while doing unimaginable forms of cruelty and repression to its own citizens and also different marginalized groups in other conquered territory. This time, it is the world's domineering hegemonic superpower that is the Nazi. And what's fucked up about it is, because I see a lot of people in the chat go like, well, don't you think like this will cause other countries to recalculate their allegiance to the United States of America? They have no option. Do you understand? That's the reason why Europe is seemingly servile to U.S. interests every step of the fucking way. When we go, why the fuck aren't they doing anything? Why aren't they saying anything? Like, what the hell's going on?
South Korea's foreign
they
minister.
have no other options. Now I'm going to show you the really stupid side of this story as well. There's even a dumber side of the story. This woman that's like seemingly taking credit for this raid.
I've heard.
The woman who triggered the ICE raid at Hyundai is now running for office. She got 475 Korean workers arrested by screaming illegals on TikTok. Turns out they were subcontractors flown in for construction. No proof they were undocumented. No proof they weren't. Just one raised with a phone and a thirst for attention. Now she wants power.
The biggest crock of shit I've heard so far since the Hyundai plant in Elabella, Georgia was raided was that the Koreans and the illegals will do jobs that Americans can't do or won't do. Well, that's bullshit, because there were union workers out there who weld, who are safety certified, who are skilled, who those people for decades have built this country. The union and laborers built this country, but they don't want to pay skilled American laborers that are safety certified because it costs them.
Bro, the sheer number of people on a job site like that one is far larger than 300. They didn't just bring in Korean workers like to make up for the entire facility. What the fuck?
Too much. They want to hire illegal labor and people on H-1B visas from foreign countries because they save money. Yet they give them millions of dollars in tax cuts for allegedly creating jobs for Georgians. That never happens. But they shit all over our skilled laborers because they would have to pay them more, even though they are skilled and safety certified. They would rather pay a $150,000 OSHA lawsuit like they did with the guy that died on the forklift out there. That place was one big accident waiting to happen. So the contractors, the corporations will hire illegal labor over Americans, not because Americans won't do the job. It's because the Americans are skilled, safety certified, and they know their worth.
Oh my God. Republican candidate take credit for Trump immigration raid at Hyundai plant. Wait, let me get the, yeah, that's what it is. She was doing this for a pro-union. She was doing this from a pro-union perspective. We got the Supreme Court ruling coming in right now as well. Hold on. But I want to remove the paywall on that Rolling Stone article so I can actually read it. Hold up. Yeah, here. Tory Branham is a Marine Corps veteran, firearms instructor, and a Republican candidate for Georgia's 12th congressional district. She's also a proud America First supporter of President Donald Trump. On Thursday, as agents of Immigration Customs Enforcement were still carrying out a raid at a Hyundai plant in rural Bryan County, just outside the district Branham is running to serve, she expressed pride in something else, her purported role in causing the raid, which resulted in the arrest of 450 people. According to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. How do I feel about it? Good. I have no feelings about the law. What is right, and what's wrong is wrong. The raid is one of the largest in ICE history, eclipsing a raid at a California cannabis farm that netted some 300 undocumented workers. Branham says the Hyundai megasite, which opened in March and was hailed as a major economic development win for Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, has been subject of rumors for months. Undocumented immigrants who are working there or on construction sites, on construction sites within the massive 2,900 acre complex. 3 workers have died of the construction at the site. Aware of the safety issues and rumors about undocumented immigrants working there, Branham says she came into contact with a local Spanish-speaking union worker who had access to the site. The Hyundai plant itself is not union. Many workers there are from South Korea and are in the United States on H-1B visas. The South Korean government confirmed to the New York Times that some South Korean workers were detained by immigration agents. While the plant itself is not union, construction sites at the facility have been staffed by union tradesmen, some of whom have complained about undocumented workers and unsafe conditions. The union worker who came into contact with Branham recorded some conversations they had with people, she tells Rolling Stone. She claims the union worker had discovered that undocumented immigrants were working on the construction projects at the plant. They were a union member, and the people confided in them because they had helped them win lawsuits over unsafe working conditions, Branham says. She declined to name the union worker who acted as the informant. From there, Branham says she reached out to ICE on the agency's website. On Thursday, as agents for ICE, Homeland Security Investigations, Customs and Border Protection, and U.S. Marshals, DEA, and the FBI were still raiding the facility, Branham took credit for it on Facebook. For months, folks have whispered about what's going on behind those gates. Now truth is finally catching up, Branham wrote on her Facebook page. I reported this side to ICE a few months ago and was on the phone with an agent. The raid began with mass agent telling workers that DHS had a warrant. We're Homeland Security. We have a search warrant. Second video from the plant. We already saw all that stuff. In brief comments to the local press, Schrank says the raid was a judicially authorized enforcement operation and that the agencies thank the public for all of the thoughts as we conduct this operation exceptionally safely thus far. Raids like Thursday's become a common sight in communities. Amid Trump's mass deportation campaign, ostensibly aimed at undocumented immigrants who have committed crimes, the raids have also resulted in the detention and arrest of men and women without criminal histories. Panic and fear have ravaged migrant communities nationwide as mass agents swarm workplaces and neighborhoods in the search of, in air quotes, illegal immigrants that Trump and his supporters like Branham want to see removed. Now, one of the most damaging aspects of this is that the racism required to be able to conduct these sorts of affairs, at least in broad daylight, maybe not even at a job site, is when you have to do stop and frisk, basically. And a new Supreme Court decision has allowed ICE to do that. If you are suspected of being brown, you can just now, with the allowance given to you by the Supreme Court as of yesterday, you can do so. You can just, ICE agents will come and be like, you're looking non-white to me, boy. Get over here, and they can detain you. They were already doing that, but now the Supreme Court has said it's also fine to do. So just so you understand. Mass immigration agents like those in Bryan County on Thursday A sight that was once shocking but has become commonplace were primarily from ICE's enforcement removal operations and DHS's investigative arm, HSI. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has backed the administration's claims that it can send undocumented immigrants to third-party countries to which they have no ties. Migrants from Mexico and South and Central America have been sent to Rwanda and Eswatini, prompting warnings from human rights groups about unsafe conditions in these countries. So I don't even know if her call was actually, if it played a pivotal role or not, but she is seemingly taking credit for it. Fantastic. This dipshit. All right, now let's get to the other thing. The Supreme Court is lifting restrictions on LA immigration stops. Amazing. As if it couldn't get any worse. SCOTUS just approved this unironically. Yep. Pretty much.
Is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
And good morning, I'm John Gregory. Breaking news coming out of the Supreme Court this morning. The High Court clearing the way for federal agents to conduct sweeping immigration operations in Los Angeles. It's the latest victory for President Donald Trump's administration. The justices lifted a restraining order from a judge who found that roving patrols were conducting indiscriminate arrests in LA. The order had barred agents from stopping people solely based on their race, language, job, or location.
Chicago bracing for the arrival of National Guard troops as President Trump doubles down on his claim they're needed to tamp down on what he says is out of control crime.
We could solve Chicago very quickly, but we're going to make a decision as to where we go over the next day or two.
Over the weekend, Trump sharing a manipulated image of himself with a twist on a quote from the movie Apocalypse Now. The caption says, "I love the smell of deportations in the morning," and the line, "Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War." Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson firing back, saying Trump wants to occupy our city and break our Constitution. Trump pushing back.
We're not going to war. We're going to clean up our cities.
Thousands of Americans hitting the streets of Chicago and D.C., protesting against the president's threats and deployment of some 2,000 National Guard troops to the nation's capital. For weeks, the president has threatened to do the same.
The video skipped? No, this is, I'm going to get back to the Supreme Court decision in a second. Hold on. I'm going to get to it. 1 second.
Other Democratic-run cities and states.
I have the Aaron Melnick thread. One of my favorite immigration attorneys that I rely on as a resource.
Why target Chicago and Boston when there are cities and red states with higher crime rates?
Yeah. Really higher than Chicago?
There are, like Memphis and St. Louis.
Excuse me. Do you know how many people were killed in Chicago last weekend? 8. You know how many people were killed in Chicago the week before? 7. You know how many people were wounded? 74 people were wounded. You think there's worse than that? I don't think so.
But FBI statistics from 2024 show that several cities in red states, including Memphis and St. Louis, have significant...
By the way, I don't like this, let's send the National Guard to other red states instead of Chicago, instead of blue states where black people live. I don't really like that, because it's just like kind of comes with this recognition that like they're hypocrisy baiting, but it still obviously has the it still obviously comes with this like the recognition of this falsehood that the National Guard is actually a solution to crime. Okay? Why are we accepting the premise that the National Guard is solving crime at all? That's not the case. That's not the reality. And it's strange. Because, like, you know, this is not a solution at all. And it's certainly not a long-term one regardless. Oh, yeah. So what? If he turns around and says, okay, I'm sending the fucking National Guard to Memphis, are you going to be happy with that? I won't be. I'm just using this as a way to, you know, explain to you that like the liberal talking points in this regard doesn't work, and it fails to address the problem with Trump's actions.
Significantly higher murder rates than Chicago. It shows Chicago has 17.5 murders per 100,000 people, while the rate is 40.6 for Memphis and 54.1 for St. Louis. But the Windy City did see a particularly violent Labor Day weekend. This as the administration escalates its immigration enforcement. DHS says ICE raids have now launched in Boston, just days after authorities detained more than 300 South Korean nationals during a raid at a Hyundai Day plan in Georgia. That operation rattling America's close ally, which had promised to invest $350 billion in the U.S. Trump looking to reassure South Korea, now proposing the country and foreign companies doing business in the U.S. help train Americans for jobs.
ICE was doing right because they were here illegally. But we do have to work something out where we bring in experts so that our people can be trained so that they can do it themselves.
Now, that Hyundai incident is raising questions as to whether the president's deportation plan is clashing with his economic goals. Now, the president is brushing off the latest jobs report, but many economists say it is President Trump's tariffs and his immigration crackdown that are causing some real cracks in the economy.
We're going to begin, though, with the growing tensions over President Trump's threats to send troops into more big cities. There were large demonstrations over the weekend, this one in Washington, where the National Guard is already on the streets there, and then in Chicago, which the president says could be his next target. Well, a new CBS News poll shows that most Americans, 61%, oppose the idea of National Guard troops being sent to their area. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House. Ed, good morning. We also saw some major immigration crackdowns this weekend, too. So where do you want to start?
Well, Gail, we'll start with this. The Trump administration has started an immigration enforcement operation dubbed Patriot 2.0 in Boston, targeting what it calls the worst criminals. And it's just one of several Democratic-led cities the White House is focusing on. Top officials aren't ruling out asking for backup from the National Guard. Taking in some tennis at the U.S. Open on Sunday, President Trump also had to hit away questions about his intentions in Chicago after posting this manipulated image with a caption using a twist on a famous line from the Vietnam War movie Apocalypse Now, saying, "I love the smell of deportations in the morning." And after rebranding the Department of Defense on Friday, the president suggested the Windy City's about to find out why it's called the Department of War. Top Illinois leaders, including Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth, denounced the president.
If that's what he's declaring, then let me make it clear. It would be an illegal order to declare war on a major city, any city within.
It's crazy because it's an admission that it's a military occupation, even if it's like tongue in cheek, which is, of course, illegal. Not that it fucking matters. Nothing matters anymore. But while I don't normally do this that much, I can't help but try to imagine what the Republican response would look like if Barack Obama was like, "We're invading Texas." Like, Texas gonna learn today what the American military looks like. He didn't do that, and yet people in Texas acted as though he might do it hypothetically.
The United States by the President of the United States.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker agreed, saying his state won't be intimidated by a wannabe dictator. But Trump responded on Sunday.
We're not going to war. We're going to clean up our cities. We're going to clean them up so they don't kill 5 people every weekend. That's not war. That's common sense.
White House border czar Tom Homan says Chicago and other so-called sanctuary cities should absolutely expect stepped-up immigration enforcement this week and doesn't rule out asking for help from the National Guard.
The National Guard are always on the table. We got to send additional resources to the problem areas, which are sanctuary cities.
New CBS News polling shows immigration and deportation issues are by far the most important issues Republicans are now judging the Trump administration on. Thousands who protested in Chicago over the weekend and attended a Mexican Independence Day parade worry about what's to come.
It is a concern every day going out the house and being with my family or my friends. Something is going to happen.
Now, when he got back here last night from the tennis, the president was asked if he had plans for Chicago this week. He responded, no, not really, but said they were going to go someplace and that a decision would be made about where to go and what will happen over the next day or two. Tony?
We know you'll be on it, Ed. Thank you very much.
2 new polls out from CBS and NBC News show most Americans do not approve of how President Trump is doing his job. It's a different story with this base. The CBS News poll pegging his approval rating among Republicans at 91%, though. The new polls coming as Trump puts his focus.
It's pretty crazy. Virtually everything that I predicted would be unfolding is happening with spectacular speed. But I did not think it would happen this fast. I genuinely did not think that it would swing this fast. But to be fair, I also did not think Trump would push on all fire off on all cylinders, push in every avenue. Now, of course, there's this poll that came out as well from Gallup. Is immigration a good thing for the USA? Yes, 79%, highest ever. No, 17%, lowest ever. To which I tweeted, you might have noticed that this number doesn't dip below 50%. It never dipped below America's views on immigration being a net positive has never dipped below 50%. Something I kept yelling at Dems throughout the election about. America is a nation of immigrants. Even at the peak of anti-immigrant sentiment, polls showed they favored conditional amnesty over mass deportation. That's it. I told you people were going to be very upset with Trump's mass deportation policies, and they haven't even kicked into the highest stage that he claimed he was going to kick it to. I told you this, and the discontent is rising. Let's take a look at the two key groups that have turned on Trump since the election.
On deploying the National Guard onto the streets of D.C. while implementing hardline immigration tactics. CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton is here to run the numbers on all of this, and we do have some fresh numbers today. So, Harry, what are they telling us?
Yeah, I think they're telling us what we know about the Trump presidency is that Americans don't like it. So why don't we just take a look at these new polling that we have, and he remains underwater. Look, the CBS News poll, look at that. He's 12 points underwater. You want to go over to NBC? You want a different network? You can go to a different network, but it's the exact same story. 14 points underwater, double digits on this. This has been the story throughout much of the Trump presidency. He remains underwater as we get past Labor Day, Jessica.
And just how consistent have Trump's ratings been?
Yeah, okay. So this to me was the fascinating thing because, you know, I come on either every Saturday or Sunday or sometimes like this weekend, both days, and I talk about, oh, Trump's approval rating, he's underwater. I come up with some witty line or some line I think is witty, like he's more underwater than the Little Mermaid or something like that. And I decided to actually look, okay, how long has this dude been underwater? All right, so let's take a look at it. All right, negative net approval rating for Trump. Every single day in my aggregate polls since March 12th. Since March 12th, in terms of number of days, 180 days in a row he has been underwater. That is basically half a year. You know, the NFL season started this week. You basically have to go back to the end of the last NFL season to find a day in which Trump was above water. The bottom line is he has been swimming with the fishes for a very long period of time, Jessica.
And what groups has he lost ground with?
Okay, so, you know, we're talking about the fact that he was last positive. You got to go back before March 12th. So what has changed? What has changed since February, which was the last full month in which he was above ground? Well, take a look here. Trump's net approval rating among age 18 to 29. We're looking at the CBS News poll, but it holds true in the average as well. He was +2 back in late February. Look at where he is now. My God, that is a 32-point drop since the beginning of this year. How about Hispanics? He was at -6, a little bit underwater, but not too bad. But look at where he is now, -34 points. That's what is that? That's a 28-point drop since February. These, of course, were two groups that he exceeded expectations with back in the 2024 election, did much better than the traditional Republican has this century. But now these groups have absolutely moved away from him, and he is way underwater, 30 points and 34 points underwater. Those two groups have moved away from him in tremendous fashion, and it goes a long way in explaining why his overall approval rating, his net approval rating, has fallen through the floor and been negative for such a long period of time, Jessica.
And what issues does he do well with?
Okay, so there are a few things that I think that are so important to figure out here. Okay, so we're talking about groups, right? Is there any place where Donald Trump does well with? Well, let's talk about issues first. Okay, Trump's net approval rating. I got crime, immigration, foreign policy, the economy, trade. There's a whole slew of red, and this isn't Republican red. This is negative red, Jessica Dean. -2 points, -3 points, -12 points, -14 points, -17 points. On all the key issues of the day, he is underwater, Jessica. No wonder you can't survive in a presidency having a positive net approval rating when you're underwater on all of these different issues. And, of course, crime and immigration were two of his best issues, and now he's underwater on all of them. And then, of course, the economy, which was the reason he was reelected in the first place. This is the one I really circle here. He's 14 points underwater, which basically looks pretty much like those CBS News and NBC News polls, which have him at -12 and -14 points. I'll point out one last little thing. I'm going to jump ahead of question because I just feel like I'm such a roll, Jessica Dean. I just feel like the energy with me.
I fucking told you, man. I told you. I told you this was going to happen. Ages 18 to 34 have Gallup poll now has the lowest ever positive approval of capitalism. 42% have a negative approval of capitalism. Okay? Trends in America's positive ratings of capitalism and socialism. We got to get those numbers up, obviously. But for ages 18 to 34, minus 11%, as in they have a higher they have a higher disapproval of capitalism than an approval of capitalism. 35 to 54, split 50 to 44 plus 6, and 55 plus 62 to 35 plus 24. Among those without a college degree, it is a 47-48 split, favoring the negative side for those who have, for those devoid of a college education, who, you know, capitalism is fucking over even harder. They have a higher disapproval of capitalism than those who have a college degree. College graduates favor capitalism 58 and disfavor it by 39%. So whenever people fucking talk about how, like, oh, all these like socialists, all these anti-capitalists, like they're all fucking college graduates, they're all college children or whatever. That's not the case. College liberals have a higher chance of attaining jobs, keeping jobs, making more money in the long run, and therefore have a more positive opinion over it. Amongst Democrats, the negative opinion of capitalism is at 55%. 42% have a positive, so it's minus 13. For the GOP, it is obviously a plus 50, so we know who loves capitalism. And for independents, it's a plus 6. If you look at men broadly, it's a plus 31%. It's a plus 31 for capitalism. Amongst women, it's minus 6. College really do brainwash people into being liberals, but in the political definition sense, yeah. When people say college brainwashes people into becoming liberals, they don't realize that it's not like a normal liberal. It's liberal is the correct, like, right-wing political term, liberalism.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we see all this negative, but the thing that you pointed out at the beginning that I think is so important, what is the one saving grace for Donald Trump right now? And that is the Republican base. What are we talking about here? Well, take a look here. Republicans who approve of Trump. Well, in the CBS News poll back in February, look at this. It was 90%. Look at where it is now. You mentioned it at the top. It's at 91%. As long as this Republican base sticks with him, as long as he's hearing the good news from the conservative talk radio host, as long as he's hearing the good news from the folks out there on the right, he's going to think he has very strong support. So I don't think that Donald Trump is going to do anything differently as long as this 91% holds. And as I said, it's steady as ever, because that's actually a point higher than it was in February, Jessica.
All right, Harry Enton.
Bro, this is exactly like Trump won now.
Running the numbers as always. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And
let's bring in CNN senior political commentators David Urban and Van Jones. David is a Republican strategist. Van worked for the Obama administration, and they've both held numerous other positions since then, but that at least gives you a good working idea. David, let's start first with you. Sometimes I have to prompt you with a whole question, but Harry just went through a lot of data. What did you think about all that?
Yeah, listen, so Harry's great at that. And what he didn't tell you, though, and what Harry would admit to, is that Donald Trump's ceiling, ever since he's been a candidate, has been 44%. That's the number in that YouGov poll that just came out this morning. The CBS YouGov poll is at 44%. By the way, that's up 2% since the last poll in July. And so he's consistently polled that 44% approval rating. And so, you know, that's kind of where he was at when he won the election in 24. It's where he's been at consistently. And as Harry points out, he's up a percentage point with Republicans. And so I don't think that, you know, that Rome is burning here. I think that Trump is continuing to do what he did. He's delivering on the messages that on the immigration and cracking down on crime that won him the election in 24. And he's being rewarded among the base for it.
What do you think, Van?
Well, look, I think that if I were Republicans, I'd be worried about that Latin number. They scared the living bejeebers out of us in November when you saw this stampede of brown voters rushing to Donald Trump. We said, holy crap. And that was the whole ball game. And then you got a bunch of young people as well. And so that's why you've seen the therapy bills for Democrats going through the roof, because we had this fantasy that we were always going to be the party of black, brown, and young voters. And suddenly we're just the party of African-American voters, and even we didn't come out as strong as we usually do. Trump could have kept all that.
Yeah, nothing to work on there, by the way. Nothing to consider, nothing to work on, no issues here. Democrat base of support capsizing in and of itself, but no reason to ask questions.
To talk to you, let's start with the president's overall approval
and his
numbers.
Analysis. Gen Z women, the most anti-Trump group. That's not surprising. They were the most anti-Trump group even during the election. Okay.
In this poll, do most Americans approve of the job he's doing?
Yeah, well, you showed some of those issues a minute ago, and what that adds up to is a 43% approval rating in our new poll. This is a Decision Desk poll. Again, this is all adults here. This is voters, potential voters, so we're kind of casting a wide net, but a 43% approval rating for Trump. That is pretty much at the level it's been now for a few months for much of this second term for Donald Trump. And even it's sort of been similar to the level we saw back during his first term. And one of the key ingredients to this, you mentioned too, the economy. That's the issue voters cite more than any other as the most important issue to them right now. And when you ask folks how Trump is doing specifically on inflation and the cost of living, again, we've seen this for a few months now. He's under 40%. He's at 39%. Some of his worst marks from voters coming on the economy.
I told you that no amount of we're really sticking it to the transgenders is going to make people feel like they have more money in their pockets. Okay? Like there's no, you can't like trans your way out of an affordability crisis. Okay, it's just not gonna fucking happen. It's not gonna happen. When people are experiencing financial hardship, maybe for a brief moment they can forget that when you eliminate some of their perceived enemies that you created for them. Okay, but they're gonna go back and when they see that they can't afford shit, guys, I don't know what Israel did to the flotilla. But if you think I'm going to stop my coverage right now and work off of like OSINT Twitter to try to figure out whether or not the flotilla was attacked by Israel off the coast of Tunis, you are out of your fucking mind. We will get to it in a minute. We will get to it. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying we will get to it. Please stop.
On inflation, and that is a departure from his first term when his best marks tended to come on those subjects.
You talked about people, of course.
Francesca Albanese tweeted about this, bro. Oh, shit. Francesca Albanese tweeted about it. My bad, bro. Let me cover it right now. Shut the fuck up. I said I'm going to get to it. Just fucking Jesus Christ. Why is this so difficult for people to comprehend?
Thinking about inflation and the cost of living. What other important issues are Americans thinking about as most important for them, and how do they think the president's doing?
He gets his best marks on border security and immigration, where he exceeds his approval rating there. We also asked this time about deportation. So not just border security and immigration, but we asked about deportations as well. His numbers fell a little bit, but he's 47% approval on border and immigration. He's 43% approval when you ask about deportations.
I also want to ask you about something that the president talks about. In some ways, he was appealing directly, I think a lot of people thought, to young men. So this poll shows that there's a wide gender gap, apparently, among Gen Z Americans. How wide is that gap, and what's fueling it?
Well, it's a major divide that has to do with politics, but I think takes in a lot more. That's the surprising finding in this poll for us. So let me take you through it. Gen Z, we're talking about adults under 30 years old, sort of the new rising generation here. And take a look here, just when it comes to attitudes towards Donald Trump. Again, we told you, with all voters nationally, with all Americans nationally, I should say, he's at 43% job approval. With men under 30, 47%, so a little bit better. But with women under 30, look at this, way, way under his national level, just 26% approval for Trump right there. So that's one of the things we find. Not only is there a huge difference in Gen Z between men and women when it comes to their attitudes towards Trump and politics, this group right here, Gen Z women, is the most anti-Trump group you're going to find any generation gender combination. Most anti-Trump, most politically progressive, and these big differences between men and women, we saw them. Look, again, this is the rising generation generation, the emerging generation. We thought we'd get a portrait. We asked about some basic questions about what they think about life, about the future, about priorities. And take a look at the difference we found here when you do gender and politics. Again, this is just Gen Z here. Look at
This was really interesting. First of all, Girly Pop Nation, rise up. Okay? Girly Pop Nation, rise the fuck up. Straight up. Secondly, amongst the Gen Z women, they've been the most steady anti-Trump coalition in the country. The Gen Z numbers that actually swung dramatically from being firmly anti-Republican to getting close to like a 50-50 split in the Trump direction came mostly from men, Gen Z men. But even then, as I told you, they will realize that it's still business as usual and that none of the things that the Trump administration claimed it would do for these guys is going to happen. And therefore, they're also going to inevitably experience tremendous discontent. And it's already happening. So the Gen Z support numbers have diminished. Okay? Chatters, being a liberal is not woke just because you are a woman. I mean, it doesn't matter. This isn't to say that they are all libbed up or whatever. Yeah, I already covered this as well earlier today. He's lost tremendously from February till now with both the Hispanic voting bloc and also with the age 18 to 29. They only care about abortion. That's not true. No, that's not true either. Because this accounts for what? What percentage of white women then? What, like, do white women not care about abortion? I guess they don't. No, women are more progressive. Younger women are more progressive in their politics than men are. It's reflected in virtually every other demographic polling that's conducted, every like psychographic profile report that comes out. They're just more progressive.
this. We gave them a whole bunch of choices here about what do you think defines success in life to you? Asking a basic question.
Left is gender essentialism. This isn't gender essentialism. It has nothing to do with that. I suspect that the more progressive aspect of their politics is because, by and large, first of all, we're looking at data, not gender essentialism. This is slated to change, as evidenced by the fact that it did change. Like Gen Z approvals of Donald Trump swung by 30% by 30 points. That's huge. That's a huge shift. Clearly, it's not essentialism in any capacity. But the reason why I personally think this is the case is because, like, women have better educational attainment as it stands, and they have a better job opportunities as it stands currently. So it causes them to have, I guess, a more like a different approach. But I think education probably plays a formative role in their development, in their opinions, in the way that they see the world. But the reason why you see this kind of like gender divide in politics comes from not women being more empathetic or whatever, but instead and having overall a sense of entitlement around like what society was supposed to be designed on and what they haven't actually achieved. When you're told that, like, as a man, certain things are supposed to come for you, and then you don't actually get any of those expected outcomes, and you can't get a decent job, and your educational attainment is worse off, then you are going to find yourself at the mercy of reactionary politics. I think that's where it comes from.
Question. Gen Z men under 30 who voted for Donald Trump, their number one answer was having children. That makes, in their view, more than anything else for a successful life. Gen Z women under 30 who voted for Harris, that same option, having children, dead last. Look at that. First in one group, last in the other. Being married right at the bottom there, too, for Gen Z women who voted for Harris.
Also, it's really funny because they present this as like this is... Dude, I mean, obviously, I looked at these numbers before. What I found really interesting was that men that voted for Harris, as opposed to women that voted for Harris, or not as opposed to, as opposed to men that voted for Trump, their priorities were almost identical to the women that voted for Harris. One other thing that actually was important here to address is that outside of the men that voted for Trump, women who voted for Trump also had similar priority structure to the women that voted for Harris. So it's the only group, Gen Z men, who voted for Trump that have this like obsession with having children being like a top thing. Is really interesting. Achieving financial independence obviously is still an incredibly high priority. Obviously, that's hugely important. It's hugely important. It's all about the economy. It's all about getting a good job.
Married near the top for men. And how about this for a difference, too? Having emotional stability, one of the most important factors in a successful life, cited by Gen Z women who voted for Harris, dead last when you're talking about Gen Z men who voted for Trump. These are basic core priorities, concepts about what makes life a successful one. And they couldn't be more at odds in some of these cases between these two groups. I think that was the most surprising finding in this poll, Yamiche.
Wow, Steve, that is incredible to see Gen Z men saying that having children's number one and Gen Z women saying that that's dead last. A great day to have you at the big board. Thank you so much, Steve.
And even ask what your priorities, ask what you say are signs of a successful life. Many probably don't see it as a marker of success because it's not hard to have a child. Yeah. Where's the poll? I want to look at the polls a little bit further as well. Like the Twitter link. Oh, here it is. Thank you. RNBC Newsday decision poll asked Gen Z adults, 18 to 29-year-olds, what they consider important to success in life. The combination of gender and politics are produced two very different sets of priorities. For men who voted for Trump, 34% said having children is what they consider important to a successful life. For women who voted for Harris, the number one response at 51% was fulfilling job/career. But obviously, financial independence and fulfilling job/career is still almost as equally as important as having children for men who voted for Trump as well. Okay? Financial independence and fulfilling job and a career is almost as important for men who voted for Trump as is having children. For women who voted for Harris, fulfilling job and career is 51%, and it's almost as important as having money to do the things you want. Okay? So ultimately, it doesn't really matter. But as far as women who voted for Trump, look at that. Women who voted for Trump said financial independence is 40%. So this is what I find very interesting, which is that women, regardless of their political identity, care about financial independence. Okay? That's the number one thing that they care about. Men who voted for Kamala Harris also care about having a fulfilling job and a career at super high rates. The only group that has the number one thing that they care about being having children is men who voted for Donald Trump. A Nepo teaching about financial independence law. Wait, who are you talking about? Me? If you're talking about me, I don't teach financial independence at all. So I'm like confused by that. Do you think that's what this channel is? I do still think it's ultimately all the same. Financial independence, having a fulfilling job and career, these things mean the same for the most part. Okay? And it's still important for men who voted for Trump as well. Financial independence is 33% versus having children is at 34%. That's not that significant of a difference. This shows you exactly what the problem is for many Gen Z, something that I've repeated over and over again, which is that their issues are born out of their lack of hope for a better tomorrow. They don't have good jobs. They don't have good opportunities. They don't feel like they can achieve the number one thing that they care about, which is financial independence. Okay? Or having a good job, a good paying job. It's that simple. Anyway, let's get to the Donald Trump.
You're watching The World with me, Yalda Hakim. More on the French political crisis shortly. For now, breaking news from Washington. Democrats have released a suggestive birthday letter to Jeffrey Epstein, signed apparently by Donald Trump. The president firmly denies having anything to do with the letter. Well, let's get the very latest and go to our U.S. correspondent, James Matthews. And James, just bring us up to date, because this has developed in the last half hour or so.
It has, yeah. The story, Yalda, you'll remember, goes back to July. The Wall Street Journal reported that this hand drawing existed, signed Donald, and they were making the link to Donald Trump, although he denies all association. Basically, and I think we can take a look at it because it has now been published, this is a hand drawing of the body of a woman said to have been collected by Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, now in jail. This was a part of a birthday book,
amazing,
pulled from friends and given to him before his conviction for his 50th birthday. Now, that woman's form, signed below the waist, Donald, it has, at the top it says voiceover, and
I fucking love that they have to walk through this. I love having serious commentators and journalists have to explain this, what they call body drawing. It's so funny.
there is what presumably is an imagined exchange between somebody called Donald and somebody called Jeffrey. Remember, Trump and Epstein were friends for many years. The bottom line reads, "A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." Now, bear in mind, there are many questions about the association between Trump and Epstein and the extent to which there may have been improper associations. Remember, Trump flew on Jeffrey Epstein's private jet. There are pictures of him at parties surrounded by female partygoers and others. So one imagines that this can only give traction to those questions, but also to calls for the release of the Epstein files. This image was handed over by lawyers.
So what's up? Donald Trump wanted to fucking sue Rupert Murdoch and Wall Street Journal for saying this report was fake. What's up? What's up with that? Caroline Leavitt had some choice words for this. Said, the latest piece published by the Wall Street Journal proves this entire birthday card story is false. As I've said all along, it's very clear President Trump did not draw this picture and he did not sign it. President Trump's legal team will continue to aggressively pursue litigation. Furthermore, the reporter Joe Palazzolo, who wrote this hatchet job, reached out for comment at the exact same minute he published his story, giving us no time to respond. This is fake news to perpetuate the Democrat Epstein hoax. 2 authenticated letters from the real Donald Trump that sold at 2 separate auctions from Andrew Feinberg, White House correspondent for The Independent. Compare them with the signature on Epstein's birthday letter. Uh-oh. This guy claims, yeah, the D is completely separate and does not... Come on, man. Come on. These guys, oh my God, these guys are on cope mode, dude. They are so... Oh, Jesus Christ. They're out of control with the copium. They're like, Donald Trump did not write that, I promise.
As for Epstein's estate, they say in handing over this material...
I'm just wondering when they take the extra leap. Okay? I'm wondering when they take the extra leap, the leap of faith, and just firmly commit to the notion that pedophilia is ultimately a good thing if Trump is doing it. Because we're going to get there at a certain point. Okay? We're going to get there. You know, I joke about this stuff and it ends up happening. I'm not even joking no more. I'm telling you right now, man. There's going to, I mean, they already are testing the waters with a white hat pedophile shit, you know?
That they found no evidence of a client list. Remember, there is this wish, this desire, this call for a list of names associated with Epstein. His lawyers, or for his estate, they're saying there is no list of people.
What was it? Tim Pool knew meta is that Trump was an informant and can't release the files because it would blow his cover. Please send me that link. I need to see it. I need to see that. I need to see that. You have to show me.
People who might have been sex trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein. The public, of course, would like to see the whole files and make their mind up. In terms of Trump himself, I mean, this is evidence of sorts. He has denied all association with any drawing, of course, said that he doesn't draw pictures of women. And I can tell you, Yalda, that that denial continues. His press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, has posted on X within the past few minutes. She says this, The latest piece published by the Wall Street Journal proves this entire birthday card story is false. As I have said all along, it's very clear President Trump did not draw this picture and he did not sign it. President Trump's legal team will continue to aggressively pursue litigation. Furthermore, the reporter who wrote this hatchet job, as she calls it, reached out for comment at the exact same minute he published his story, giving us no time to respond. This is fake news, says Caroline Levitt.
It's the auto pen. That's right, auto pen. It's the auto pen. The auto pen is the one who did it. What? Tim Pool says victims of Epstein are Democrat bots created to hurt Trump. Oh, hell yeah. So Jeffrey Epstein is just fake. That's a cool narrative. Does the below signature from the Wall Street Journal look like this actual signature from the president? I don't think so. Fake. Epstein card. Letter to 1995, letter to Lillian Volk. 1999, letter to Larry King. Why is it so hard for them to believe that Donald Trump, who was literal best friends with Jeffrey Epstein at the time, would send him this strange letter and sign it? Like, there are a million photos of them side by side. Are we joking? Like, what are these guys denying here? It doesn't make any sense. To deny this is to deny the reality that you can see with your eyes. Like, the actual thing that you should be saying is, oh, it's embarrassing, but he didn't know he was a pedophile. And he stopped hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein after he found out. He sussed out the bad vibes and he didn't hang out with them, unlike Bill Clinton, you stupid libtard. You know? Like, that's what you're supposed to say. The counter, if we lived in like a normal universe where political discourse wasn't just like, nah, I don't believe you. I don't believe my lying eyes either. I clawed them out with my thumbs, libtard. So I don't see these photos no more. Like, that narrative, the proper narrative, the proper counter messaging campaign is supposed to be Donald Trump knew Epstein was bad vibes. He stopped hanging out with him. And yet all these famous Democrats actually hung out with him after he was outed as a pedophile, right? That's what you're supposed to say if you're like even remotely competent as a Republican messenger. The problem is you don't even need to be remotely competent anymore. You can just say, nope, don't believe you. It's fake news. And that's it. Like, there are a million photos of Donald Trump. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were filmed together almost as much as Crack and Hunter Biden were filmed together. Okay? It seems like anytime Jeffrey Epstein was out and about, Donald Trump was right there. All right? Hanging out with the guy for a very long time. Just like whenever there's crack cocaine around Hunter Biden, he was like, let me bust out the phone. We have to take a photo of this occasion. You understand? Which is why all these other counter narratives are so stupid. The ones that are being launched by the right are so fucking stupid. Adam says, weirdly underrated how incriminating this is. Literally no plausible innocent explanation. What was the secret enigma they cryptically referred to over the picture of a naked woman? Interior decorating tips? Perhaps a pound cake recipe. Maybe they had a laugh playing Dungeons and Dragons and it was so funny it couldn't be put in letter form. Many possibilities. Yeah. Yeah, the secret enigma that they cryptically refer to is diddling children. Not only doodling, but also diddling. Okay? Enigma is an anagram for the word gammon. Oh, stop. Oh, you guys don't have to fucking... You guys... It's not enough. It's not enough that he uses the word enigma. You have to do anagrams, man. Please, man. It just fucking stick to what's in front of you, okay? God damn. Holy moly, liberals are so crazy, bro. You have to look for a dog. Donald Trump could literally come out and openly declare that he's a pedophile, and liberals would be like, what is the hidden underlying message here? What is it? I think it's got to be like an American thing, right? It's got to be this like weird American thing where, I mean, I guess everybody does numerology. I remember when I was in Turkey, there was people who would tell me about like different surahs in the Quran, you know? Everybody loves uncovering a deep secret. It's got to be. There's got to be another cryptic thing. Bro said he has a secret enigma that they share with one another. That's it. It's not It doesn't have to also be an additional layered cake of secrets. And no, I don't think he was drawing a child either. I think he was just drawing a woman. He wasn't purposely drawing like small breasts. Okay. This is just a shittily drawn woman. Okay. Anyway, but there's also additional parts of the Wall Street Journal article that are even more damning. There's a photo of Jeffrey Epstein with a giant novelty check implying Trump sold him a woman for $22,500. The Epstein estate also turned over another letter from the book that references Trump. It came from a businessman and longtime Mar-a-Lago member Joel Pascoe, who made a crude joke about a woman that Trump and Epstein socialized with in the 1990s, according to people familiar with the matter. The Pascoe letter included a photo of a poster board size check for $22,500, which had been mocked up to appear that it was sent from Trump to Epstein. Beneath it, a handwritten caption said, "Jeffrey showing early talents with money plus women sells fully depreciated, redacted, to Donald Trump for $22,500. The woman's name is redacted in the image. Pascoe and his attorney didn't respond to a request for comment. A lawyer for the woman said she doesn't know Pascoe and has no knowledge of the letter naming her, which the lawyer called disgusting and deeply disturbing hoax. Trump was listed under the Friends section of the book's table of contents, along with Clinton and about 20 other associates, the Journal reported. Trump and Epstein socialized in the 1990s in Palm Beach, Florida. Trump flew on Epstein's private jet, flight logs show. Epstein was photographed multiple times at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. Jeffrey showing early talents with money plus women sells fully depreciated, bleep, name, to Donald Trump for $22,500. Showed early people skills too. What is this? Even though I handed the deal, I didn't get any of the money on the gain or game on the goal. What is this? Yeah. I doubt this actually is proof that Epstein sold Trump a woman. The girl? Oh, the girl. Any money on the girl? Yeah, I doubt this is actually proof that Epstein sold Trump a woman, but at the very least, it shows that they at least knew what Epstein was doing and thought it was funny. Oh, even though I handled the deal, I didn't get any of the money or the girl. Oh, you found the Tim Pool? You found the Tim Pool clip. Let's fucking go, fam. Let's freaking go. All right. This is from the Majority Report. We'll take a look at that in a second. So obviously this doesn't look too good for Donald Trump. Now, not only does this not look too good for Donald Trump, but one of the other idiotic counter narratives that was launched came from House Speaker Mike Johnson. I covered it immediately as soon as it came out. House Speaker Mike Johnson, representative Republican from Louisiana, came out with a hot statement that we had not heard before. One that I had joked about for years and years at this point, that Donald Trump was a white hat pedophile. Okay? Now it turns out that is unironically how these dipshits thought they could get away from this conversation. Mike Johnson said, well, Donald Trump was an FBI informant trying to take down Jeffrey Epstein. Here he is responding to CNN when asked. CNN's Manu Raju. When asked.
What do you mean by that? All right. What I was referring to in that long conversation was what the victim's attorney said. More than a decade ago, President Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. And he was one of the only prominent people, as everyone has reported, not President Trump, but everybody about him, that he was willing to help law enforcement go after this guy who was a disgusting child abuser, sex trafficker, all the allegations. That's what they heard. So the president was helpful in that. I don't know if I use the right terminology, but that's common knowledge, and everybody knows that. So this is much ado about nothing.
Did the president tell you this specifically about his involvement?
I was recounting what others have said. The president and I have talked about the Epstein evils many times. He's as disgusted by it as everybody else. He has long had a history of acknowledging that, and he has said repeatedly he wants...
Dog, you said he was an FBI informant. The fuck do you mean? And you can't just like common knowledge your way out of this. It's clearly not common knowledge. What do you mean it's common knowledge that he was an FBI informant? Now, what's also really funny about using FBI informant as the term here, as a specific term here, is that FBI informants don't just become FBI informants out of the blue. that still unironically implies that he was diddling children. The FBI caught him and turned him into a state's witness. So even your counter narrative here, this made up thing that you made up, also still cooked Donald Trump. Okay? It still cooked Donald Trump because you came out and you were like, hey, my guy, Donald Trump, was fucking kids. And then the FBI caught him. And then he turned into a state's witness to take out Jeffrey Epstein. So he wasn't just fucking kids for himself. In the aftermath of being caught, he fucked kids for the state. Okay? Because that's what you're saying. Like, you're saying he was raping children for the state, for the betterment of mankind, to take out a guy who was raping even more kids than he was. That's an insane thing to say, dude. You see, Your Honor, my guy Donald Trump wasn't just raping kids for the love of the game. He was doing it for the state. He was doing it for a better, for mankind. He hated it. He hated diddling kids. He just did it for you and me. That's fucking insane, dude.
Everything to come out, all credible information, everything for the American public to decide.
Was he ever asked to wear a wire or anything like that?
I have no idea. No, I'm not saying that. I have no information about that whatsoever. I was repeating what has been common knowledge for a long time. The president was helpful in trying to get Epstein, for the law enforcement to go after Epstein. That's always been my understanding. That's common knowledge. It's the public's understanding. I was not breaking news there, okay? What I'm trying to emphasize is that the president is as disgusted about this as everyone is, all people of good conscience. We heard from the victims last week. It was gut-wrenching to hear their accounts. Many of them came out here and did it to a broader audience, to the public. But there's as many as 1,000 other victims, hundreds of young women, now some of them middle-aged women, who were subjected to these abuses for a long, long time, and justice is long overdue. So we're not just investigating Epstein and what happened, but why the justice system failed these women for so long. That is why the House Oversight Committee is on this so aggressively, and as you saw the latest developments, I think Chairman Comer and some other members are going down to Florida. They're going down to the Epstein estate to look at visitor laws at the estate. By the way, none of this is encompassed in the discharge petition gambit. This is what the Oversight Committee is tasked to do. That is what they are doing in a bipartisan fashion. You have very aggressive members on both sides of the aisle that are on it, and we are greatly comforted by that. So we fully support it.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Anyway, listen, someone had to diddle. He is a hero. Yeah. In my head canon, he walked it back because he saw your tweet. Yeah. No. So he walked it back. But you know who's galloping in that direction? Tim fucking Poole.
It's detestable to him. He and I have spoken about this.
Now, there's a couple theories on this. One is that Mike Johnson let slip this statement to try and protect Trump's reputation. There's also the, basically like, oh, did you know he was an FBI informant? Stopping it? That's why. Or I think there's a strong possibility here. I don't know for sure. I'm not saying I trust Trump on any of this stuff. Elon says he's in the files, whatever. Let's get the files and figure it out. But let's at least entertain. Did Speaker Mike Johnson maybe accidentally just slip up that Trump was an FBI informant? And the reason why Trump doesn't want the documents released is that they're going to show that Trump was snitching on powerful people.
Bro, this shit's awesome, dude. These guys are so stupid. That's so awesome. Yeah, man. That's why. No, you got it. Yeah, Trump really would hate to look like a hero. He would hate to look like a hero in this Epstein story for sure. Okay? Yeah, definitely. He would hate to take credit for Jeffrey Epstein's downfall.
Prominent, wealthy individuals doing untoward things, and the documents are going to show that Donald Trump was a snitch.
Listen, we can't in any way have anybody find out that I am snitching on a pedophile.
Where is I want to see the original though. I don't want, no disrespect to Uncle Sam here, but I don't want the interjection and I don't want the commentary. I want to see the OG. Do you guys have the OG? Because you sent me the Majority Report version, but I need to see it. I need to see the fucking OG. I need to see Tim Poole without any fucking cuts. Or if there's cuts, I'm going to be the one pausing it.
But if the documents show that Trump was working with law enforcement to stop this, that's not damaging to Trump's reputation among his voters. It's damaging to Trump's reputation among powerful elites he needs to do deals with.
Oh, that's right, brother. Why didn't I think of this, man? Why didn't I fucking think of this? This is incredible. 236,000 views, by the way. People are so fucking desperate for that copium that Tim Pool is even doing better numbers than he did before for this one. Because if you look at his other videos, like his videos are not doing good. Okay. His videos are doing dog shit. Okay. Chicago Mexican Festival canceled over ICE raids, 20,000, 10,000. There has been a noticeable downturn for all of the OG right-wing content creators. I don't know if you guys noticed that or not. It feels like there is a finite amount of right-wing watchers out there, and they've all gravitated towards Asmongold, okay? They're all gravitating towards Asmongold. The old guard, Carter is right. I said this already. The old guard of the Republican Party online, their messaging machine is dead, okay? The Daily Wire, dead. Tim Pool, dead. They got nothing. They got nothing going on. We haven't watched any of their shit either. We haven't watched any of their stuff because, like, they got nothing. You got Fem Shabibo, Brett Cooper, okay? The female Gen Z Ben Shabibo. And you got Asmongold, and you got, like, a consortium of different, like, Theo Vons, and every now and then they have, like, right-wing takes or whatever. Theo Von isn't even, like, a right-winger fully, but you got, like, you got Nick Fuentes popping off. You got Tucker Carlson. You got Candace Owens. And you got mostly people that have created this, like, very different right-wing coalition. Maybe a little bit of Charlie Kirk, too, as far as, like, the old guard. But it kind of feels like no one is touching the Asmongold reign on right-wing content. One thing I've noticed, with the exception of, like, Charlie Kirk and Asmongold, is that they're also very anti-Israel. Like, all of the independent right-wing content creators are fucking openly anti-Israel. Some of them are also openly anti-Semitic, but every single one of them are openly anti-Israel. Even the independent audiences on the right demand anti-Israel content. So, like, everyone that refuses to do that on the right have been eating dicks and ass non-stop. Okay? Interesting stuff.
So the Democrats might be thinking it's going to help Trump. If we leak files showing that Trump stopped Epstein, people are going to cheer for him. Right. Trump may be saying, if they find out that I ratted on Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and I was the one actually spying on him or wore a wire or did who knows what, these people aren't going to want to do deals with his business. If Trump was snitching on
So in this universe, Bill Gates has diddled children with Jeffrey Epstein, and Donald Trump knew about it, and Donald Trump is worried that he can't continue doing business with a pedophile? Is that the argument you're presenting right now? That Donald Trump ratted on Jeffrey Epstein for pedophilia, okay? But then also that all these other pedophiles won't be able to keep doing business with Trump if they find out that Trump was the rat? What are you saying? Why the fuck would Donald Trump, if he's so expressly anti-pedophilia, why would he want to continue doing deals with Bill Gates? Also, all of these fucking elites are still working with the White House currently, including Bill Gates. So what the fuck does that mean? That Trump knows that these guys have diddled children but is still working with them? None of this makes sense. This does not make logical sense. Okay? This defies logic. Donald Trump doesn't want the elites to find out that he was the main guy that participated in Jeffrey Epstein's downfall. That's why he just keeps saying it's a Democrat hoax. That's why he keeps saying it's a Democrat hoax, that his name was inserted into the files by Barack Obama and Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton. Who the fuck watches this guy, man? Apparently nobody, except for this video. This video hit. It is the highest amount of views that Tim Pool has gotten in the last couple of months. Apparently this is the one video where people are like, all right, I'll tune in to see what Tim Pool has to say about this situation.
Prominent world leaders. I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying I believe that's the case, but it could be an explanation. Trump was a snitch. I'm going to put it this way. I'm going to paint Trump in the worst possible light in this regard. Trump only cared about himself. He only cared about his organization. When he heard about what Epstein was doing, he said this.
I guess they believe it. They're saying it's not snitching when it involves the safety and protection of children. Exposing pedos doesn't make you a snitch. It makes you a whistleblower and a hero. Anybody who calls someone a snitch who's trying to out child predators, they deserve the chair also. Epstein is on record saying he thought Trump was involved in taking him down. I love it when decades-old information hits the mainstream like this. It's frustratingly late, but I'm still grateful to finally come around to it. Like, yeah, these guys are unironically so delusional that they are willing to believe this completely insane narrative that the guy who was besties with Jeffrey Epstein, who has actively chosen to undermine the investigation, who's actively chosen not to release this information, is actually doing so because he's worried that people are going to call him a snitch. That is fucking insane. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. The only way this makes sense in your mind is because you think Trump is infallible and you want to believe that he's on the right side on this. You cannot get yourself to believe that he was also involved with Jeffrey Epstein in a positive way.
This is exposure I don't need. And when the FBI came to him about Epstein, he says, I'll do whatever you want. I'll help you out. And they say, wear a wire, give us a list of names. What if Trump gave ledgers from his club to the FBI? What's going to happen to Mar-a-Lago when all of the people who spend their 20 grand, I think it's like 200 grand to sign up or something. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's like 20 grand a year or something. What's going to happen when a bunch of these people find out that their names and private information were handed over to the feds as part of a criminal investigation into Epstein or to illicit activities? What if Trump was informing more than just Epstein? What if Trump was feeding the FBI information on tons of cases about prominent, powerful elites? That would be extremely bad for Trump's business and his dealings with powerful elites, so much so that he'd be like, we can't release this stuff. It would destroy my family's business, my legacy. If people find out that I was basically a spy for the federal government against powerful elites, the populace, his voter base might be like, wow, Trump was actually trying to stop bad people. That's not what the powerful people are going to think, though. They're going to think, destroy this guy. I want revenge.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know how true this is. I'm interested in finding out more. But I will say this is actually it's more believable that he was an FBI informant than that he was a KGB informant, like it was asserted by what's his name. So
Jonathan Chait.
Yeah, Jonathan Chait. So I think that and also it would be a good thing because it would prove that he's more patriotic than Jonathan Chait would think as well.
I guess it's cool. It's cool to see like people just actively entertain hallucinations, like actively entertain like getting psychosis in an effort not to just like rip the Band-Aid off. That's what it is. We're watching. I wouldn't even say these guys are in a cult though, honestly, because like I think Tim Pool doesn't care about anything. I think he's just a grifter. Yeah. And I guess now they've moved on about the actual details that keep coming out about Trump's involvement. And instead going, oh, the Democrats don't even care about Epstein. They don't even care about his victims. That's why they were silent about it for years. The only thing they care about is concocting another fake scandal like Russiagate to smear President Trump with their lies. No one's falling for their BS. I don't know, man. Kind of feels like the you could say that under different circumstances. Okay, you could prove that is the case by releasing the Epstein files. Okay, do you see what I mean? Because if you were interested in releasing the Epstein files, then you could just present to the Democrats the Epstein files and say, you see, this is what they didn't want you to see when they were leading the country, when they were the administration in charge. They didn't want you to see it, but we promised transparency as the Republicans, and therefore you're going to get it. You feel me? But they're not doing that. They're the ones who are actually holding out. That is the only reason why people have this kind of anger and resentment towards the administration, even those who are in the base of support. Hannah Gaze jokingly says, Trump didn't know about Epstein, or he did, but he didn't know about his proclivities. Well, maybe he did, but he didn't share them. Actually, on second thought, everything Trump did was to catch Epstein for the feds. There is no birthday card. He didn't write that card. Trump couldn't write. He doesn't know how to doodle. He's not a diddler. But even if he is a diddler, he was diddling for good. And he was doodling for good as well. for a greater good. It's awesome. Yeah, they're going with this is a fake signature. Yeah, man, he changed his signature. At the time, this is how he used to sign things. That much is clear. In the early 90s up until the 2000s, this was Donald Trump's signature. There are a million things that he has signed. People have actually shown that that is literally what his signature looked like back then. As a matter of fact, he signed so many public documents exactly like that, that if his signature was the current signature that he has, then it would be more of a sign that it might have been a fake document. So here we are. I've shown you this already, but it's, it bears repeating. There it is. A bunch of Trump allies are claiming that the Epstein birthday letter contains a signature that doesn't match Trump's. But there are a bunch of Donald signatures from the same era that look very much like the one in the Epstein letter. The first image is from the Epstein letter. Okay. This one is to Rudy Giuliani. This is another letter to Lillian Jane Volk. This one is a letter written to the Mr. and Mrs. Larry King. Kind of feels like this was his signature at the time, The auto pen was signing all of these for me. Interesting. But I don't know. I feel like this stuff is supposed to make bigger waves, but I just don't see these dipshits responding at all anymore. I don't know.
Chilling news.
Oh yeah, there's also the horrific sight of a Ukrainian refugee that was stabbed to death by some fucking psycho on a bus that under normal circumstances would just like be in local news, but of course we live in a universe where if a violent, gruesome murder such as that one is caught by CCTV footage in a bus in broad daylight, then it's going to become the national news story of the day. I mean, it's terrifying. It's a terrifying thing that took place. Okay, and conservatives, of course, have moved on, or they haven't moved on. They immediately started slamming the imagery everywhere, all around the internet, to say this is how they are, and they being black people. This is how Democrats are. Democrats just want this kind of murder to take place nonstop. People pick their poison, pick their chosen issue that they care about. Some people I saw were talking about how public transit is terrifying for this reason, as though this happens on public transit all the fucking time. Okay. And, but the one unique aspect of this is that some of these fucking reactionaries have started actually finding details about the slain victim. Okay. Irina Zarutska, the Ukrainian refugee, apparently she had a Black Lives Matter poster in her bedroom, which is so psychotic. Like the fact that like they would take it to this level to be like, see, this is what you get, is so insane. It is a truly insane, repulsive movement. Like this person was ruthlessly and brutally murdered. Okay. And they're like, I guess like there's not a victim that they won't blame. You know what I mean? Because even in this circumstance, like the dynamic is perfect for white supremacists. They're really playing up the fact that this was a very clearly mentally ill black dude who murdered a Ukrainian refugee, a woman, a white woman, right? Like the optics are perfect for fomenting racial animus. And I've seen it quite a bit on the internet. But even then, it's not enough. They have to like still find a way to fucking victim blame in this circumstance as well, which is so crazy. I saw people just being racist. Also, oh my God, the amount of like interracial crime statistics that these guys have been launching on the heels of this is so wild. Now, as far as public transit goes, obviously, this kind of incident is nowhere near the norm, no matter how hard these fucking dipshits try to present it as the case, okay? Unfortunately, we live in a country where we do not have adequate mental health facilities and treatment for people who are experiencing some significant problems, okay? This kind of random act of horrifying violence is unimaginably rare, but it is the scariest type of violence, right? Because it's like, it makes people feel like this could happen to anyone at any given moment, especially if they're in public with other people. Having said that, very quickly, the story moved into the direction of like the media's utter silence of this issue. Now, the reason why the media is silent on this issue is because a totally random act of fucking insane ultra violence is not exactly, especially in a country like the United States of America, where random acts of violence happen with regular frequency, even though it is not like, it is a statistical anomaly in general. Like it's still, you know, we're a very violent country. Like people die all the time, both for random reasons and for deliberate reasons, like people engaging in premeditated murder and things of that nature, where the reason why this probably doesn't reach the standard of like a national news story is because this is a local news story for the most part. It will become a national news story now because the Republicans want to make it a national news story and use this horrible crime, this horrifying crime as a way to draw a larger point.
Would one story demand 100 articles and another story 0 articles? And it's because the media is more interested in the all capitals story, the narrative, than the facts or the truth. Take a look at the difference here. I want to
interracial violent crime incidents is crazy. We are moving into a new era, chat. Ooh, this is Breitbart. This is Breitbart Black Crime Tab. This is a Breitbart report. Oh, brother. This is, for those of you who don't know, this kind of stuff was usually just like done at Der Stormer, you know? Or I guess the most like mainstream version of this was like Breitbart. Breitbart had a black crime tab. So anytime like a black person was either convicted or charged or suspected of doing a crime, Breitbart would release a press release on it instantly. Now you might make up your own mind on what their purpose was for having a black crime tab, not a crime tab, but a black crime tab. And now you got Fox News doing it.
Show you the actual truth when it comes to crime. The story is about race. Race. Take a look at the black on white crimes, 385,000 in 2023. The white on black crimes, just under 118,000. You see the comparative numerical difference. But now, here's what the media actually does. They did what our camera operator just began to do a moment ago. I'm going to step out of the way. I'm going to show you literally what the media does with a camera. They zoom in on this number. This number, devoid of context. And why would that be?
That is fucking nuts. That is nuts. That, I don't even think that's, you know, I don't think that that's the case, but close enough. Welcome back, Rush Limbaugh. Did Rush Limbaugh go this hard? I don't know. Now, he probably did. I mean, he was a real piece of shit. I mean, they just straightforwardly are saying this is about race. Black people do crimes. Black people do violent crimes. That's what they're doing.
Video showing the last moments of
like this is stuff that obviously if you are online and you've seen like 4chan style commentary, like you're privy to this information. This is not new stuff, right? This is not new commentary at all. It's just new for, I think, Fox News to go so hard in the paint on. You feel me?
the Ukrainian refugee's life right before being stabbed to death by a man with a lengthy criminal record on a train in North Carolina. This happened weeks ago.
Todd Pyro, look, she's just on her phone, has no idea what.
This happened weeks ago. Bitch, why didn't you cover it weeks ago then? See, this is what I mean. It happened weeks ago. It was in the local news. And then someone brought it up and was like, the very fact that this didn't become a national news story means that there is something crazy, something sinister going on. No, dumbass. You didn't make it a national news story weeks ago either.
What's about to happen? Todd Pyro is here with the latest. Hey, Todd.
The most horrific video, or at least one of that I think we've seen on this program. Surveillance video obtained by News Nation shows 23-year-old Irina Zarutska. She was boarding the train in Charlotte, North Carolina last month. She took a seat right in front of the alleged suspect, but around 4 minutes later, the suspect pulls out a knife and just begins stabbing the victim 3 times.
Wait, how did he know she was Ukrainian? No, man, he's insane. He's like an insane person. The fuck? No one, this kind of incident is not being done for any other reason other than the fact that this dude is like very clearly mentally ill. The fuck? He has no idea what her background is. He just stabbed a random person. This is the worst kind of crime because it's the, as far as the way people view this kind of shit, it's the same for whether the perpetrator is black or white. Like, because this happens with white people too. This is not like an action reaction type of situation, even if it's still unjustifiable. Obviously, murder is still unjustifiable. It's a straightforward, like, this guy snapped and did the unthinkable, most violent thing he could have done. Okay? And the reason why this is like the most, this is the scariest type of random act of violence is because, like, it causes people to think like any guy around me could also snap in a similar fashion. It makes people, it rips apart the social fabric. This kind of antisocial behavior is something that you're not supposed to think about when you're existing in society among other people. Because, like, technically any human being at any given point could be insane and snap in this regard. Like, the cases, like the difference between a scorned lover engaging in premeditated murder, or even a hate crime in some respects, like even a whole ass, like, fully fleshed out hate crime, is still explainable. There is a logical through line, right? This isn't a justification, of course, of either of these things. These are unjustifiable instances of violence. But because there is still like a logical through line into how someone behaved this way, how someone got to this point, the inexplicable acts of random violence are utterly senseless, and therefore it is so much worse for overall collective consciousness. Like, you just think anyone could do it.
First degree murder.
I guess there's more details on this incident as well. Yeah, exactly. It dispels the illusion of safety that you're supposed to have in the back of your mind at all times when you are existing in society. It's truly poisonous for public discourse.
Including once in her neck. The suspect later wandered through the train before exiting at the next stop. He was arrested shortly after the stabbing, hospitalized thereafter, before being arrested on a charge of first-degree murder. Records obtained by the New York Post shows he has a lengthy history of convictions dating back more than a decade, including felony larceny, robbery with a dangerous weapon, and communicating threats. He served 5 years for a 2014 robbery and was released in 2020, but was arrested just 5 months later for assaulting his sister. Officials also say he was homeless at the time of the killing and believe it was a random attack. Zarutska was pronounced dead at the scene, her family saying she came to the U.S. to escape war-torn Ukraine. They say in a statement, quote, "Tragically, her life was cut short far too soon. This is an irreparable loss for her family." The suspect currently being held without bond. Back over to you.
My gosh. That could happen to anyone. I mean, like Lawrence was saying, that could be anybody sitting in that chair. You don't know what's behind you. And this guy, why is he out on the streets?
That's the question. Before he stood up and with his knife, like he's smirking. You see him smirking there, like, I'm about to attack this woman who is about to get stabbed. She's just coming off her job at a pizzeria. And it turns out one of the things she was doing in Ukraine, compiling stories of women resisting the Russian invasion.
My gosh.
So to be clear, this guy deserves the death penalty for his actions, right? It's premeditated. The way he looked and stands up on him, just brazen in the neck. He's a repeat offender. He had already committed larceny with a deadly weapon. And because our criminal justice system keeps wanting to reimagine things, when people are violent offenders and they have weapons, they don't deserve to be back on the street. I don't care if he's homeless or not. If people have mental health issues, get them the services they need. But we shouldn't have to tolerate them in society while you guys try to figure out a new way of doing the criminal justice system. We're seeing this in every major city. And it's not just like, okay, it's a liberal city and they just...
Like, this isn't political. This fucker needs to be in prison, bro. What are they on about? Exactly. They're on about absolutely nothing. Like, they have to argue against a position that doesn't exist. Okay? They're saying that this dude should have been in permanent jail. I don't know what his, like, previous criminal convictions are. Okay? But, like, they're arguing against the position that doesn't exist. No one on the planet would ever be like, oh, he shouldn't go to jail after this or whatever the fuck. But they have to make it seem like there is a liberal attitude surrounding it. Okay? But what's also crazy about it is like he also reveals another aspect of the story where he says, well, you know, obviously you should get the mental health services, but it shouldn't be our problem. It's like, yeah, motherfucker, that's the reason why he is everybody else's problem. Because he's not getting those services because those services don't exist. The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, that's what we say, dumbass. But when we say it, it's like, oh, well, you're a pussy. You're a friggin' libtard, dude.
Stay there. They spread out all across the country.
But Elon Musk is somebody who said, why are people not talking about this crime? And the mayor comes out and says, I'm so glad you guys are not talking about it.
Why didn't you guys talk about the crime? If you covered it last week, it would have been a national news story as well. You're only covering it now because someone else made it a viral story. This is what I saw. This is what I get so fucking mad about, too. It's like, this is not like a political issue. Everybody understands exactly what took place here. Okay? A totally mentally ill person just executed someone in the middle of a fucking, in the middle of a bus. Like, what do you mean? Like, there's not a single person that would be like, oh, hold on, maybe we shouldn't arrest this person. That person would be also insane, okay? Maybe not as insane as the person who committed this heinous act.
But the crime, we don't want to give this a lot of publicity. No, you need a lot of publicity. This is a victim of a crime, brutally killed after surviving the war in Ukraine, came here for some solace just to get a day job and just build her life at 23 and gets hacked to death. Mm-hmm. I mean, you don't tell me that can't happen to you.
Well, he's definitely mentally disturbed. How could you do that to anybody, period? But he's like resting on his hand against the window. Looks like he's maybe about to go to sleep. And then all of a sudden he stands up and then stabs the girl.
Yeah, and then the mayor says, oh, we shouldn't villainize people with mental health issues. Excuse me, everyone that has mental health issues is not going around stabbing people. Then she said, oh, we can't arrest our way out of this. Oh, yes, we can. We can make sure when people are...
How? Walk through the steps. Walk through the steps of how you would avoid a future incident such as this one by just simply arresting everybody. Yeah, we all know exactly why there's so much outrage over this. We watch children get gunned down at schools every week, and it doesn't get this vitriol on Fox News. It's racist fear-mongering. Well, unless they can just like somehow turn it into a trans issue, and then they do have that kind of vitriol. The one time it was a black school shooter, they almost had an opportunity to create racial animus surrounding the story, but then it turned out that the dude was a white supremacist despite being black. So they quickly packed that story up too. Yeah, let's just arrest everyone that has a mental illness. That'll definitely fix the problem.
Violent offenders that they don't see the daylight anymore.
Now they're going to put security on the trains. Now
you guys do it after a victim like this. So now we need to...
Now you're going to put security on the trains now? Fuck you mean, dumbass? There's security at schools. That doesn't stop school shootings. It almost feels like you already accidentally revealed the long-term solution to this, but no one wants to commit money to that project, okay? That's it. America is an unimaginably violent country. Fuck's a security guard going to do if a dude just snaps in the middle of the fucking train and just starts stabbing? Fuck's a security guard gonna do? I know what NYPD has done in the past, which is nothing. Court mandated nothing. The Supreme Court allowed police to never intervene in affairs if they feel like their lives are in jeopardy, you know? Or sometimes when they do something, they end up shooting a bunch of other people as well. That also happened in NYPD. Oh.
Caught a corner to look both ways because we don't know What lunatic is sitting behind us?
How scary is it too? Like, I mean, we live in New York City. I used to always take the subway. It's cheaper, it's quicker.
It's just crazy. Like, people love going to like Japan or other places and being like, man, I feel so safe here. And it's like, I don't know, maybe because nobody has fucking guns. That's number one. This incident wasn't even like a gun related one, okay? But like, it kind of feels like there are some things that other countries are doing that's making it so that there aren't so many like random acts of violence, I guess. But I mean, random acts of violence are rare regardless. They're more common in America than other places, but they're just also unimaginably rare, as opposed to the regular acts of violence that you see in the United States of America. I'll give you a great example of this, okay? People I've heard are using this to fucking literally shit on public transit. They're like, this is why we can't go and fucking, you know, this is why we can't go and take the subway, public transit. Motherfucker, the alternative is cars. Do you know how much more likely you are to die in a vehicular crash on your regular daily commute than getting stabbed by a random insane person on a subway? What the fuck are you talking about? That was the most insane thing I saw. People being like, this is why we can't go on the subway. This is why we can't go on buses. It's like, are you fucking stupid? I mean, yes, the answer is yes, okay? The answer is yes, you are stupid. Do you know how many fucking people die in car crashes every goddamn year? It's like 40K in America. Yeah, this image has done more damage to the anti-car pro-public transit movement than 50% across the board budget cuts ever could. Sorry, transit bros. Unless progressive stances on crime, punishment, and urban dysfunction are rolled back drastically, then the future of mobility will be won by autonomous vehicles, especially once the Luddite obstructionist labor unions are pushed aside, this guy says. What a fucking psychotic take, man. What a fucking insane take. Brother, there is a genocide on vehicles as opposed to random instances of ultra violence that take place. And that is before we even factor in like permanent injury. What the fuck? Dude, look, yeah. The subway risk chart you've been waiting for. Sawyer County is where Sean Duffy's from, and his numbers are 2018 to 24 annual averages. Let's take a look. Annual deaths per 100K of the population. Victims of U.S. lightning. Okay, 0.004. Homicide, New York City subway, 0.4. Accidental drowning, 1.2. Homicide, 3.2. Traffic accident, 3.8. Homicide in New York City, 4.3. Homicide in Palm Beach County, 4.5. Traffic accident in the U.S. altogether, 12.1. What the fuck? What is going on, man? Americans can't drive. No, dude. Americans have an incredibly car-reliant infrastructure, and therefore Americans drive a lot more than other places. When you drive more, you get into car accidents more. That's it. The craziest part about that story is, yes, if they weren't in a fucking subway cart and instead they were in cars, okay, and that dude, same mental illness, rammed his fucking car in a way into the Ukrainian refugee victim's car and killed her, it wouldn't even be a local news story, let alone a national news story. The idea that this is like it's so fucking insane. This isn't to say that this isn't a horrific act of violence. Of course it is. But these guys that are trying to make like a larger news story out of this with respect to the racialized aspect of it are doing so specifically to do whatever kind of propaganda they want to do. Some people hate the public transit, and that's why they're saying that. Many others want to say, well, this is a black on white crime. Black people are just like dangerous and they're violent. Fear mongering about cities. They are going to 100% use those to argue this is why we can't have free transit in New York. More of these people are going to use it. Oh no, I mean, I understand that too, for sure. I mean, that is the ultimate reason. The reason why I talked about this with the LA Taco guys last Friday. A big part of the reason why people don't want robust public transit is because they don't want the bad kinds of people coming into the good neighborhoods. Okay? Of course, if you look at actual crime statistics, you would realize that you have an infinitely larger chance of being murdered or assaulted by someone that you know than a random person. Okay? This is the reason why whenever people brought up, what about black on black crime? They failed to recognize that white on white crime was being done at a similar rate. Okay? That's why the interracial and crime statistics of that sort don't actually show the clear, the broader picture here. Oh.
But I don't ever take it anymore. I haven't taken it since all of the crime went up in New York, and I don't feel safe because of things like this.
Well, I'm
in
on the
1
train every
second.
day and the subway maybe twice a week. So you got to always think about that.
Do you ever
I
get
never think about it,
taunted or
especially
anything?
no. I mean,
but can I just say this too? So there's the people that are the victims of this, but then you have a Daniel Penny. When you do decide to defend yourself, you lose all your money.
Yeah.
And you may get a liberal jury that wants to be woke.
What the fuck are you talking about? Daniel Perry has a job because he fucking choked and killed a homeless person to death in broad daylight. What are you talking about? Daniel Penny literally got a new job for this reason. He became like a conservative media darling too. He was celebrated every step of the fucking way. They are hallucinating a reality that doesn't exist.
And doesn't want to look at the facts and then give you life in prison for defending yourself. So we're in a no-win situation right now.
But that's why when Michael Whatley runs for Senate against the governor.
I saw a statistic that was like, when you look at all homicides done by people who didn't know the victim, 1 out of 3 of those victims were killed by a cop.
He's got to bring stuff like this up. The crime in the city is run by a Democratic governor in a mostly Republican state. He's got to contrast that and say, this is what I would do. This is what I would do. This is what I would support.
Crime has become the issue for the next election right now.
I agree.
It is. I didn't predict it was going to be that way.
Economy.
But now it's crime.
President Trump is talking about punishing Russia again after its big.
Yeah. Once again, a functioning government in a normal, functioning, healthy society would ensure that this person is not just like released into the fucking wild with a litany of mental health complications. He'd be getting the proper treatment. That's it.
Authorities in North Carolina have released surveillance video of the unprovoked murder of a woman on a Charlotte commuter train.
There needs to be change.
We are not showing the attack, but moments after this.
It's so crazy, man. They're like, oh, if only there was security, if everyone had a gun. It's like, what do you mean? Is that a well-functioning society where like everybody has a gun? So like this guy and this guy, if they had guns, they could just like pull it out and start shooting at him. Like that's the way we could have avoided this in that split second where he went from sitting in his chair to stabbing someone in the fucking neck. Like that's so insane to me. I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. Like these guys are fantasizing. These guys are fantasizing about like how to prevent this specific crime that is virtually impossible to prevent in the moment. Okay. Unless you got like John Wick sitting next to you, how the fuck are you going to stop this from happening? The only actual long-term solution to this kind of incident never taking place again is through proper mental health treatment.
Video was taken. 23-year-old Irina Zarutska took a seat in front of the man on the right in the red hoodie and began scrolling on her phone. After a few minutes, police say the man identified as 34-year-old DeCarlos Brown took out a pocket knife, stood up, and stabbed Zarutska several times. Passengers rushed to help her, but it was too late.
Very alarming as a woman who rides solo. People have harassed other people. You can tell that they're probably not mentally well.
Brown was arrested after stepping off the train and faces first-degree murder charges. He has more than a dozen convictions dating back to 2014. His own mother says this tragedy could have been prevented. She says after he served 5 years in prison for armed robbery, Brown began to behave strangely. She says she got an involuntary commitment order and he was placed under psychiatric monitoring, diagnosed with schizophrenia. But she says he got so aggressive, she had to kick him out of her house. Earlier this year, he called 911, making what police describe as paranoid claims. A judge ordered a competency evaluation, but he remained a free man. The case highlighting challenges in the judicial system when it comes to mental health. A retired judge saying resources are spread too thin. As for Zarutska, her family says she was a talented young artist who had come to the U.S. to flee the war in her home country of Ukraine. And Charlotte's mayor is pushing for more investment.
Dude, America's so fucking crazy, man. It's just so wild. You escape Ukraine because you're like, I don't want to get fucking lasered by a drone strike. And then you come to the United States of America and you get stabbed in the neck. Like, what a fucking insanely violent country that we live in. Oh my God. Oh my God.
In mental health resources, officials say one major issue is that standards for involuntary commitment are complex and can take years to navigate.
Yeah, instantly. Where is the outrage from mainstream media on this horrible tragedy? Like, this is one of those things where it's like, listen, if this guy was able to like get away with it or something, which would never happen in a million years, then yeah, there would be unimaginable outrage. I would be fucking outraged too. What the fuck? It's just like these guys they look at, like, right-wingers love looking at liberals and being like, well, they are actually looking at a systemic injustice that took place, like when a violent criminal actually gets away with murder or rape or whatever. And then they literally flip the script and go, this person behaved in an incredibly violent manner, in an unjustifiably violent manner, and is going to prison. Why is no one mad about this? Like, what do you mean? We are mad. I am mad. I'm mad at a system that doesn't fucking actually offer the proper care to these fucking people and just release them into the wild and make it everybody else's problem. That's it. That's a systemic failure. I'm mad at the politicians for not doing shit. I'm mad at the politicians for thinking the only way to solve this problem is by having an armed security person in every fucking subway cart. As though that's going to fix the issue. It's not. It's not going to fix the issue at all. This is a systemic failure. It requires systemic solutions. If you think America's so terrible, why don't you just leave? Because I'm stubborn, man. What the fuck kind of dumbass question is this? I've already answered it so many times and come to Canada. I mean, Canada has these issues too. I'm stubborn. I'm stubborn. I'm a stubborn piece of shit. Okay. Local news went and found the perpetrator's mom, the Carlos Brown's mom. She's not making an excuse for her son. She says what he did was atrocious, but it was horrible and it was wrong. The point of her speaking isn't to make her son out to be a victim. He's not. She says she wanted to speak about the arrest to highlight how the system failed and things got to this point. When Brown not yet appearing before a judge and police largely quiet about the details of what happened, Brown's mom provides more context on how things escalated to the point where Irina Zarutska was randomly stabbed to death on the light trail. As I previously reported, Brown served more than 5 years on an armed robbery charge. When he was released from prison, Brown's mom said he started saying weird things. She said she got Brown evaluated, but his behavior became aggressive, so she got an involuntary commitment order from the courts. He was placed under psychiatric monitoring for 2 weeks and diagnosed with schizophrenia. But after he was released, she says Brown became so aggressive she had to kick him out. He became homeless. In January, Brown was arrested for misusing the 911 system. Police say he called from the hospital and claimed someone gave him man-made material that controlled when he ate, walked, and talked. Despite his criminal past and homelessness, Magistrate Teresa Stokes allowed him to be released from jail on a written promise on appeal. In court last month on this charge, the public defender questioned Brown's mental capacity. Judge Roy Wiggins ordered a forensic evaluation. People are going to turn around and be like, this magistrate actually is woke, and they release him in the wild. No, the reason why they release him in the wild is because there's no other place for him to go to. Like, we don't have a normal process here to be like, hey, let's get you some free health care. Okay? Let's get you some free health care. Because at that point, he's just a dude with a criminal record who has served his time and is very clearly schizophrenic. Okay? Like, he hasn't done this gruesome stabbing yet. Okay? Instead of bringing him to a facility, giving him the proper mental care and the drugs necessary to keep him stable, they're like, fuck it. We'll figure it out later down the line. Brown's mom says the court should have never let her son be out in the community knowing he had mental health issues and previous arrests. CMPD's community policing team was well acquainted with Brown. They encountered him 3 times in 2024 and referred him to resources each time. CMPD has still not answered my questions asking what these resources are, if he accepted any of them, if police have any recourse if they keep encountering someone who refuses to help, and why Brown wasn't arrested if he was accused of criminal activity. Like, what do you do in that situation? You know what I mean? Anyway. It's fucking horrible. What else is there to say about this, man? Jesus Christ.
Damn, this guy's good.